Liz Cohen. I'm Dean here at the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Study, and I want to welcome you to today's conference, Universities and Slavery Bound by History. We are very excited that today actually came. We've been planning this for a long time. We've been proud to plan this conference with the Office of Harvard University's President, Drew Gilpin Faust, and with Harvard faculty members, Professors Sven Beckert, Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, and Dan Carpenter, who is also the faculty director of the social sciences at the Radcliffe Institute. I thank them all, along with Radcliffe staff members Rebecca Wasserman, Jessica Vickland, and Chandra Manning, and their very talented teams for their hard work organizing today's conference. As Harvard's Institute for Advanced Study, Radcliffe's mission is to foster interdisciplinary inquiry into important subjects. We regularly bring leading thinkers together to investigate profound questions like the ones we confront today. How and why have institutions of higher learning been deeply intertwined with the institution of slavery here at Harvard, across the United States, and around the world? And what are the implications of that history? No one academic field can answer such complex and troubling questions, which is why we felt that the Radcliffe Institute would provide an ideal venue for historians, civic leaders, artists, and many others to delve together into the fraught relationship between universities and slavery. I am pleased to share this day with so many of you here in Radcliffe Yard, whether you are a high school student or a scholar of international acclaim, and with many more of you online. A warm welcome to everyone. I hope you will take advantage of the opportunity to visit a special exhibition entitled Bound by History, Harvard Slavery and Archives at the Harvard University Archives, which is located in Pusey Library in Harvard Yard, adjacent to Widener Library. Ordinarily, this exhibit is open on weekdays, but it will also be open tomorrow, Saturday, March 4th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. to allow as many of you as possible to view it. I would also be delighted to welcome you back to attend one of the many other public events that the Radcliffe Institute hosts throughout the year. You can learn more about what's coming up from the calendar brochure at your seat and on the Radcliffe website. But I want to take a moment to mention our culminating event of this academic year, Radcliffe Day on Friday, May 26th. This day is dedicated annually to honoring excellence and inquiry and presenting the Radcliffe Medal to an individual who has had a transformative impact on society. This year, we will make history and present two Radcliffe medals, one to Judy Woodruff and the other posthumously to Gwen Ifill for their many stellar years as co-anchors of the PBS NewsHour. The day will honor the individual and joint accomplishments of these two journalists and the crucial importance of integrity in journalism. You can find more details on the Institute's website, and I hope that you will join us. Today's conference allows us all to participate in an urgent conversation about universities and slavery. Universities propel our society forward through pioneering research and the dissemination of new knowledge. But they are also shaped by their pasts, both the praiseworthy aspects and the elements we prefer to avoid, including those closely bound up with slavery. Discussions about universities and slavery began on individual campuses. In 2003, Brown University President Ruth Simmons appointed a steering committee on slavery and justice. And in 2007, Brown committed to taking concrete steps to address and memorialize the role of slavery in its history. In that same year, Professor Sven Beckert began teaching an undergraduate research seminar on the history of slavery here at Harvard. Meanwhile, descendants of James Rollins, known as the father of the University of Missouri, established the James S. Rollins Slavery Atonement Endowment to support the University of Missouri's Black Studies program. As the realization spread that institutions of higher learning and the institution of slavery shared an interconnected history, many more schools began investigating how slaves and slavery had helped construct in all senses of that word, their own hallowed halls of learning. Soon, universities began looking beyond their own campus gates to learn more about the role of slavery in the development of higher education more broadly. Collective efforts have included a landmark conference hosted by Emory University in 2011 and the Universities Studying Slavery Initiative, which began among schools in Virginia and has now spread across state lines to include institutions throughout the eastern half of the United States. The number of universities coming to terms with this unsettling part of their histories continues to grow. Students in the United States and around the world are asking their schools and colleges to take down statues of slave-owning or slave-trading founders, rename buildings, and redesign university insignia. Many of you in this audience come from campuses now taking seriously the responsibility of learning what slavery has meant at and for your own institution. Now it is time to make sure that the larger public is included in this important conversation. So I am delighted at the broad and diverse audience that we have gathered here today. In order to move forward, we must first reckon with a complicated past. Through the impressive efforts of many dedicated researchers, we have been learning a great deal about how slavery benefited universities financially and through the labor of enslaved individuals. But we shouldn't overlook how it also influenced universities' intellectual development. Slavery shaped teaching methods, curricula, and the evolution of entire disciplines. Today's conference will take us deep into the consideration of these multifaceted relationships. Let's begin by looking at the cover of your conference program. So if you want to dig that out. The program cover features a portrait of a man named Renty, who was born in Africa, kidnapped, and sold into slavery in the United States in the first half of the 19th century. This image was taken in 1850, when Renty was a slave at Edge Hill Plantation near Columbia, South Carolina. Portraits were chiefly reserved for the well-to-do in 1850. So who took this image and why? It turns out that the portrait was taken for Louis Agassiz, a Harvard professor and a world-renowned scientist in his day. He was one of the inaugural professors at the Lawrence Scientific School, the precursor of today's John A. Paulson School of Engineering and Applied Sciences here at Harvard. Some of you, in fact, are watching from Agassiz House, that's our overflow space, where we will all gather later today for a reception after the conference. That building is named for Elizabeth Cary Agassiz, herself a teacher, president of Radcliffe College, and Louis's wife. Louis Agassiz was a proponent of a scientific theory that was regarded as one of the most cutting-edge ideas of his day, the theory of polygenesis. That theory denied that all humans shared common ancestry, and instead posited that different races were actually distinct and unequal species. In 1850, Agassiz traveled to a South Carolina plantation to gather evidence for polygenesis. He observed enslaved workers there, and long after his return to Cambridge, he studied portraits taken of 5 of the men and 2 of the women. Agassiz classified and cataloged those men and women by their physical characteristics, in much the same way that he had classified and cataloged species of animals earlier in his career. The image of Renty that you see on the cover of your program and here on the screen is one of those images. To Agassiz, Renty was a specimen to inform the Harvard teaching curriculum and to contribute to the development of the academic disciplines of comparative anatomy and anthropology. Renty's cataloged biological characteristics were what interested Agassiz. Today, it is Renty's personal story that interests us. So what do we know about that story? The historical record tells us that Renty was a member of the Congo tribe. The historical record tells us that he spent his days laboring. The historical record tells us that he was a father. His daughter Delia also worked on the Edge Hill plantation. Renty was surely much more than either Agassiz's list of characteristics or the bare facts revealed in the conventional written historical record. Much of his personal story remains unknown or pieced together by conjecture, because so much has been erased from that written record. But that does not mean that we should stop trying to know more. We have, in fact, hosted 2 seminars here at Radcliffe on the Agassiz images, one in 2012 and another in 2015. And you can read more about one campaign to elevate Renty, literally, in my note in your program. For many years, the Agassiz images remained hidden in an attic here at Harvard until Peabody Museum staff rediscovered them in 1976. Similarly, the historical tie between universities and slavery has remained buried for years. But that relationship could never fully disappear any more than Renty's photograph truly vanished, even when it was out of sight. Now we must comb through the attics and open the disturbing drawers of our university's past, no matter how difficult. As we do, I trust that we will grow to appreciate more and more how an image like Renty's has significance far beyond the Edge Hill plantation in Columbia, South Carolina, where he was enslaved. Thanks to our distinguished speakers assembled here today, and through all of our efforts, we will and we must continue to unearth this history today and commit to ensuring that it informs our work going forward. It is now my great pleasure to welcome to the podium distinguished historian and Harvard University President Drew Gilpin Faust.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to express my deepest appreciation to Dean Elizabeth Cohen and her Radcliffe colleagues for taking on my request to sponsor this conference with such enthusiasm and dedication. We are all very much in their debt. I want to give special thanks to faculty conference organizers, Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, Sven Beckert, and Dan Carpenter, for shaping such a rich program. And I also want to say a special thank you to Megan Sniffen-Marinoff and the staff of the Harvard University Archives for their efforts to find our history. These are just in their early stages. They will continue, but the exhibit that they have already put together and the things they've already uncovered are the beginning of a very important trajectory of discovery that we will be engaged in. Last April, members of the Harvard community gathered together with Congressman John Lewis to place a plaque at Wadsworth House commemorating the lives of 4 enslaved persons who had, during the 18th century, worked there in the households of 2 Harvard presidents. This effort was intended to be one milestone in a broader exploration of an aspect of Harvard's past that has been rarely acknowledged and poorly understood. Harvard was directly complicit in slavery from the college's earliest days in the 17th century until the system of bondage ended in Massachusetts in 1783. Then, through financial and other ties with the slave South, Harvard continued to be involved with slavery up until the time of emancipation. This history and its legacy have shaped our institution in ways we have yet to fully understand. Today's conference is intended to help us explore parts of the past that have remained all but invisible. To acknowledge those realities is essential if we are to undermine the legacies of race and slavery that continue to divide our nation, and if we are to commit ourselves to building a better future. Slavery, of course, is part not just of Harvard's history, but embedded in the past of universities across the United States and in the world beyond our national borders. Today, we will also examine this broader context, investigating historical similarities and differences, as well as the range of contemporary efforts to confront slavery's distressing legacies. So we look at both past and present today. in the firm belief that only by coming to terms with history can we free ourselves to create a more just world. Thank you for joining us in that enterprise. As our keynote speaker, we are honored to have the ideal person to lead us in that work. His many honors and accomplishments are detailed in your program. Please join me in welcoming Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Can you guys hear me? Is the lav mic on? Can you? Test, test. Everybody can hear me? Okay, beautiful, because this is too short. This ain't gonna work. Whenever and I've been blessed one or two times to do things with President Faust, and I told her that I was gonna resist the temptation to gush over her work as a historian. Before I knew President Faust was President Faust, I knew her as Dr. Drew Gilpin Faust through her work, and then I realized she was actually president of Harvard. I say that not as a mere note of flattery. It is tremendous honor to be here, and in many ways, to my mind, it's a little absurd to have me here as your keynote speaker, because I learned so much from you guys. And I'm speaking about the historians and the sociologists and the academics in the audience and the political scientists. I've been blessed with this opportunity as a writer for the Atlantic magazine, which has this huge platform and this huge megaphone. But sometimes people make the mistake of thinking because it's the first time they've seen something that you're the originator of that work. And I want to do, right now what I try to do all the time and disabuse people of that notion. My job, or a big part of my job as I see it, is to really just use that megaphone to amplify just some of the great work that's happening. When I came to the Atlantic, I think I had a basic, what one might call a conventional liberal perspective on race and racism in this country, and I guess I would have said race at that time. And the basic notion was that black people were a class of people who, for historical reasons, suffered a greater percentage of poverty. And one of the ways to deal with that was if you could direct traditional programs that we use for folks that are impoverished towards black folks, then everything would be okay. But again, largely, from the research of people who are assembled in this room, I came to two conclusions. The first was that black people in and of themselves are a class in America. And that goes across the board for what we consider a conventional class, that you can't really talk about an upper middle class, a black upper middle class, and a white upper middle class as though they're somehow equal. You can't talk about a black poverty and white poverty as though those two things are somehow equal. That the very ecology that black folks exist in different places is very, very different. I grew up in West Baltimore. I had two parents in my house. I had parents who valued education. Both of my parents eventually became college graduates. Reading was very, very much stressed in my house. But I didn't have a single friend in my neighborhood who was like me. The vast majority of my friends did not have fathers in their home. A significant number of them didn't even know their fathers. And, at my class at school, it was nothing. There were very few, if any, families like the one, I grew up in. Now, my family was unique for other reasons, which I've detailed. But just in that sort of basic sense, what I'm saying is the basic ecology was different. What that meant was the neighborhood I was in, it wasn't the same amount of social capital assembled that might have been true if you had taken that same profile of a family and that family had been white. Robert Sampson, Rob, are you here? I got a note saying you were going to be here. I don't know if Rob made it. Oh, there he is. Hey, Rob, how you doing, man? I'm going to make this very, very, so, Rob is actually, he's been very, very significant. Bruce Weston, Diva Page, and Rob, these people have been very, very significant in me, understanding what I'm going to try to lay out here. Rob, in his book, The Great American City, Chicago and the Enduring Neighborhood Effect, has a chart. And on one axis, you see the incarceration rate from 1990 to 1995. And on the other axis, you see the incarceration rate from 2000 to 2005. And the effect is that the further up you go, the axis, you can see people who across those two periods have higher incarceration rates. And along the line, you have neighborhoods throughout Chicago. Bunched up way at the top of this line, that is to say, the neighborhoods that have had the highest incarceration rates across this period that Rob is studying, you see totally black neighborhoods. There are no white neighborhoods at the top of that line. And then at the bottom of that line, where you see the lowest amount of incarceration rates across this period, it's all white neighborhoods. It's not even a bit of overlap. There's no point in which the two intersect. Indeed, as Rob points out, the highest ranked black community has an imprisonment rate over 40 times higher than the highest ranked white community. It's two different ecologies. It's not the same thing. There is no, black middle class neighborhood or black upper middle class neighborhood in Chicago where the effects somehow mirror not even a white upper middle class, but a white poor neighborhood. There just is no overlap at all. That was the sociology. And then what I got from the history was the reasoning. That something had actually happened. And, when I started, this period of study in my life, I had a basic, understanding that, slavery had happened in this country. It was bad. There'd been a civil war. Civil war might have had something to do with it. I mean, I'm sort of ashamed of myself. This was not this long ago. I mean, this was like 10 years ago. This is a very, very recent, development. And then what you come to realize is that, no, enslavement was big business. Like, it actually was big, like it was huge. I mean, so huge that it's literally impossible to imagine the United States of America without it. Now, that sounds rhetorical, and people stand up and they make that sort of, bold claim all the time. But just, if you talk about, the 4 million enslaved African Americans in this country in 1860, and again, I feel a bit absurd making this statement to this learned audience, but I'm aware that other people out there are watching also. Those 4 million African Americans collectively were worth $3 billion that period of time. What that means, to put that in context and to give you some sense, just not to make it an abstract number, is if you took all of the productive capacity of this country in 1860, if you took all the banks, if you took all the railroads, if you took all the nascent factors, if you took everything that you would consider industry and you put it in one pile over here, and you put the 4 million bodies of the enslaved African Americans in this country, black people in this country, they were worth more than the entire productive capacity in this country. It's by far the greatest asset in this country. If you wanted to go and find the largest concentration of millionaires and multimillionaires in this country in 1860, you wouldn't go to New York, you wouldn't go to Chicago, you would not come up here to Boston or to Cambridge. You would go to the Mississippi River Valley. And the reason for that was obviously the business that was conducted there, the business being based on the bodies of black people. I think as this conference illustrates, and as Dr. Faust illustrated, President Faust illustrated in her comments, this was not merely a Southern problem. 60% of our exports as a country were cotton in 1860. We're all tied to this. And when you begin to understand it as business, when you begin to be able to put numbers on it, when you begin to see the huge enterprise, to understand that the United States of America was not a country with a little bit of slavery, but it was actually a slave society. When you start to wrap your head around that and what that meant, that begins to make connections to where you are now, especially when you can analyze all the attending effects. I tell people all the time, we talk about enslavement as though it were a bump in the road. And I tell people it's the road. It's the actual road. It's the actual road. And I know there's debate, there's this debate right now between historians and economists about whether it could have been another way. Could you have had America? And maybe you could have, but this is the way it happened. This is the way it, if I coulda, woulda, shoulda. This is what happened, though. This is the thing that actually happened. I want to offer, during my brief time here, I just want to offer a few suggestions for universities, who are pursuing this study, and for anybody that's really interested, for all those who are here who are interested in this study. I think the first thing that's important to do is not to limit the study of enslavement to enslavement. I think that's really, 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 really important. Enslavement is the originating system of plunder, but it birthed all sorts of other systems of plunder that haunt us up until this very day. And I want to be really clear about this. When we talk about, say, the era of Jim Crow or segregation that obviously comes directly out of enslavement, oftentimes, we find ourselves appealing to very sentimental language. We picture segregation as simply the right of white and black people not to sit next to each other as they are in this room today. And the thing I always try to remind people is that segregation is plunder. It's taking from somebody else to benefit another group of people. It is the act of putting folks into a box so that you can better and more efficiently rob them. If you are living in Mississippi in 1940 and you're being taxed, and there's a public university that you cannot attend, you are being plundered. If you are living in Alabama and you're being taxed for a school system and you don't have the full access to that school system that everyone else does, you're being plundered. If you're living in Georgia in 1950 and you can't go to the public swimming pools the way other citizens can, and you're being taxed, even if you're not being taxed, I would argue, by right of social contract, you're being plundered. Somebody is taking from you. And we can take this out across the board. I did my own piece in the case for reparations, looking at the housing conditions in the North and rooting the case in that. But the point is to recognize that the plunder of slavery the plunder of enslavement does not end with enslavement. And those of us who are interested in that are charged with looking past that. I keep using this word, plunder. And I think, my second suggestion would be it's very, very important to talk about it in that way. Well, one of the things that happened, and maybe not so much here, but definitely in the grander conversation, racism in this country is seen as a misunderstanding. Or somehow not, just like bad manners or something. One group of people was impolite to another group of people. It wasn't nice enough. We should have been nicer. If we could have looked into each other's heart, we could have we could have been nicer. I from time to time when I speak, I'll have someone in the audience, especially when I'm talking about reparations, when I'm talking about the Civil War. From time to time, there'll be somebody, with roots in the South or from the South directly, and they'll say, my great-great-great-grand such and such, was a Southerner, but they didn't own any slaves. What does this have to do with me? And I will tell them repeatedly that may be true, but I assure you, your great-great-grand such and such wanted to own slaves. And that's because enslavement was a system. It was a system. It wasn't about, being nice. It was about structures. It was about the way things were set up to benefit one class of people at the, to the detriment of another class. And it's very, very, very important to understand the intentionality of it. To not understand it, to not speak of it in such a way as though it was outside of our hands, that it was an actual done thing. The third thing is pretty obvious. I think every single one of these universities needs to make reparations. I think there's just no way. I don't know how you get around that. I just don't. I don't know how you conduct research that shows that your very existence is rooted in a great crime. And you just say, well, shrug, and maybe at best say, I'm sorry, and you walk away. And I think you need to use the language of reparation. I think it's very, very important to actually say that word, to acknowledge that something was done. And these institutions, some of the most elite institutions in our country, are taking active or effective action to make good on that. I think it's extremely, extremely, extremely important to do that. I think, it's not, I don't want to go so far as to say, the research is for naught if that doesn't happen. But, listen, as a country, we recognize that our history is important. And we recognize that our place in the world and our place in history comes because of the sacrifices and the great deeds of our forefathers. That's why, we have a President's Day. That's why we have a 4th of July. We say thanks. We recognize the importance of history, and we're big on taking a moment to say thanks. I just think it works the other way also. I think when you stand on the backs of other people who have been exploited, you have to, in a moral sense, as any sort of institution that wants to teach young people about morals and ethics, you have to do the right thing and try to make some amends for that. I just don't know how you get around that. I don't, in the fourth suggestion, think it's enough for these universities actually to make reparations themselves. I think they need to urge other institutions throughout this country also to make reparations. I think being here at a place like Harvard, or being at a Yale, or being at a Princeton, or being at a Georgetown, or whatever, you're talking about institutions that effectively birthed the leadership class in this country. I can remember a time when words like reparations, and maybe even still to an extent today, but I think less so today, were seen as like the sort of cockamamie, crazy-eyed, things like you had just suggested, human sacrifice or something. That's less so today. It's still a little bit, but it's less so. And I think like these institutions have a responsibility to help make the conversation respectable. Because it deserves to be respectable. It deserves to be respected. Reparations is not even an alien concept. One time I was on the radio, this guy was objecting to this language of reparations. And I asked him, I said, do you oppose the reparations that were signed by President Ronald Reagan for the internment of Japanese Americans? Do you really oppose that? He says, no, I don't oppose that. I said, how then could you oppose reparations for the crimes of Jim Crow housing segregation? That was more recent. How can you actively oppose it? And what I got to was, the hard part about this is the idea of giving black people things. Or being seen as having given, because you're really not giving anybody anything. We're being seen as having black people things. Just a brief diversion. I'm sorry, Drew, this is taking a little longer than I thought. I'm gonna get out of your way real quick. But, from time to time, I get in these conversations, and people say, well, why can't we, see our past and see our history in the way that, Germany, has come to grips with its history, and, if you go, throughout Germany, you can see that, it's this very, very real reminder of everything that happened there. And I tell them, yeah, but see, Germany killed the vast majority of the Jews living there. They're not alive as an active political force. The problem is black people are still here. They're an active force who can actually do things. And so I think, if anything, that hampers, the fight for reparations as much as anything. Having said that, I really, really believe that, it really is up to the leadership gathered here today to help the broader country come to understand the struggle and to force, if not force, can we say coerce, can we say coax, other institutions throughout this country to do this sort of research and to try to think about what they owe. Last thing I would say is listen and don't be self-congratulatory and don't get too mad, because people are going to be mad at you. And I would submit they're going to be mad at you for good reason. Reparations is not a new concept. It's not even so much that, I myself, in my writing, didn't come up with the concept. The folks in the 80s and the 90s, who were lobbying for it didn't come up with the concept. In the 60s, it doesn't have its origins there. This goes back to Belinda Royal. We've been fighting this since the 18th century, And so there's a lot of pent-up anger. A lot of that is going to be directed at you guys. I'm sorry about that, but one of the worst things you can do is just, retreat into your shell. Doesn't mean you have to take every suggestion from every crazy person that comes up to you. But you got to listen. You got to listen, and you got to hear that anger. It comes from a deep, deep place, somewhere deep in our hearts, even if we don't always acknowledge it. All of us know on some emotional level that we were robbed. And that we've been the victims of generational robbery. Now, we don't always have the intellectual tools that the historians here and the academics and the sociologists and the political scientists have helped, and I give all praise for this, to assemble so that we can understand specifically how that happened. But we know it in our heart. And so when you interact with people, you might feel a little bit of that. Okay, I'm going to give up this microphone because I look very, very much forward to talking to Drew and having this conversation. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Ta-Nehisi.
Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you here. I would gush, but about you, but I'll refrain. But thank you for the kind words about our scholarship collectively and about the work that gets done that you have put to such good use. Very challenging talk with a kind of call to action for this group. And I wanted to start with the history part of it. And I've always been interested in how, through the notion of plunder, you situate your analyses in history, but they really come right up to the present. The Reparations article with its discussion of housing policy and so forth. So how do you see the differential emphasis? I mean, should we be talking more about today, or is it all of a piece? And how do we understand plunder that people are experiencing at this very moment through the growing inequality in our society, so much of what the recent political discourse has been focused on? And how much do we focus on origins of it, or are they inseparable?
Yeah,
and how do you think about that when you're doing your own writing and your own inquiries?
So when I wrote the case for reparations, there were a number of people, Sandy Darity down at Duke, for instance, who had done, a pretty thorough scholarship on the concept. And one of the most interesting pieces I can't remember where I read this, that I came across, the notion that actually, this conversation does not in any way have to be confined to enslavement. That, for instance, housing segregation could be talked about. And that piqued me, but it piqued me, obviously it's a piece of knowledge, but as a journalist. Because as a journalist, I thought, if I'm going to convince my magazine to do something like this and to put the weight and the resources, behind it to make the case. Because if you're going to argue for reparations, you can't do an 800-word column and say, I think this is a good idea. You have to have the full weight, of the thing that, a magazine like The Atlantic usually brings, and maybe a little bit more, brought to bear. And so it was very, very important for me to, find somebody who was alive, who I actually could make the case on their behalf, so that you could immediately get past the notion that, the sort of popular idea, which I don't even know if it's sufficient, but it's always raised, that, well, these people have been long dead. But I did, when I wrote the piece, I said, okay, we're going to start here, but you do ultimately have to go back to enslavement, because you have to understand how it happened. So I don't think there's a way of getting around it. I do think, though, that if you remain too focused there, people just dismiss it out of hand. They aren't able to see how this thing redounded across history. And, for me, the most disturbing part of it, it's every time you don't do something, every time you don't talk about it, it just burrows further and further and further and further in, such to the point that you're at, like those incarceration numbers I cited, that very much is the legacy of enslavement. Mm-hmm. People have remained within a class across generations, and subject to certain forces across generations, because of enslavement, because of policies that came after enslavement, because of policies that came after the enslavement, but it's all linked. It's like a chain, and a fact. And I, my great fear really is that if this is not dealt with, this is going to mark us for our whole history. It's that deep, it's that profound, it's that threatening.
I sometimes am struck by a sense of history's importance because of the desire to avoid it. Mm-hmm. I think about the brouhaha that erupted when Michelle Obama said, my children grew up in the White House, which was built by slaves. Right. And that was not allowed to mention. There was so much pushback about that comment. And so it's as if people who may not know any history don't, affirmatively don't want to know history because they're afraid of it. So how do we deal with that? The resistance to teaching slavery in the schools because it's awkward to talk about, the resistance when the National Park Service started bringing slavery into the interpretation of sites, Civil War sites and other sites.
Right.
What is it through things like The Atlantic? Is it academics? What breaks down that resistance?
I think the first thing you have to recognize is you're not going to get everybody. As you said, there are people who are affirmatively ignorant. It's not merely that I don't want to know. It's like my whole identity is staked on me not knowing. I'm not like, and I don't know that you can that's beyond you. That's for that person, to decide what they're gonna do. But in the middle of that, again, I considered myself circa 2008 a reasonably well-read person. I had at that point been a journalist for about 12 years. I had written quite a bit about race, but the amount that I'm kind of ashamed, you know what I mean, to be honest. And so I think actually there are many, many more people who are gettable, but really, really don't know. I just can't, again, when I published the case for reparations, I can't tell you how many people came up to me and said, I had never heard of red light. I mean, white people, I didn't know this happened. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is a policy that was in every major city. You can literally go on Google right now and find them. It's not a matter of information being hard to access. It's clear it's not buried away in, archives. It's actually very, very easily accessible. But folks just didn't know. I do think that we may be at somewhat, of an advantage right now. Because in the era of the internet, and I know, internet has all sorts of problems, and social media has all sorts of problems, but the swiftness with which you can access information and just say, here it is. Here it is. You don't have to wait on this monograph to arrive in 2 weeks. It's right here. We have the map right there. That's what it says, right there. So I think what's important is to get a critical mass of people. I think it's also important to think long term, to think about fights that may not be solved in our lifetime, that may not be solved in our children's lifetime. There may well be a sense giving, the current politics of this country to move away from fights because they don't look like they, barely look like they were realizable during the previous administration, and certainly don't look like they're realizable now. But I think you have to realize this is a long, long fight. Like I said, it's been going on since Belinda Royal. Who are you to, drop your weapons right now and say, I can't deal? So I think it's important to keep those ideas alive.
I think about the phrase you used a few minutes ago when you said, it isn't a bump in the road, it's the road. I think that's part of the effort to deny this history, is to say, oh, that's just a bump in the road. Right. So to establish the roadness of this history is, it seems to me, an important step that has to be taken in order to have the necessity, urgency of this understanding. Otherwise, you can just say, oh, that was just something we don't need to teach about, it's something we don't need to think about.
Yeah, no, I agree. And again, I mean, the scope of it, I don't think people realize, for instance, that like in 1860, most of the people living in, say, South Carolina or Mississippi were literally property. That was most of the people, that you can't really talk about any sort of democracy at all, in that sort of situation. That, half the people would say a place like Georgia. I don't think people like the scope of it. And then they don't quite get how much money the North, actually was, even though there were all sorts of colonies, actually making off of it. And I think also part of this, and honestly, I'm just dipping my toe in this myself to understand this, they don't understand how much, like how the entire West, modern West, is not really understandable without it. Like they just don't, and in a global sense, it's very hard. And one of the things it brings to me is a more philosophical question of, is it possible for human societies, for states, to acknowledge these sorts of things? Is the blindness, I'm going out there right now, but is the blindness actually kind of necessary? Because I don't think human societies have ever been particularly good, at documenting, that there are crimes. And when you're talking about a crime that wasn't just, again, a bump on the road, but something that made you possible, that's tough. But then again, we say we're exceptional, so.
Well, just as you say that, how do you think about efforts that might be seen as analogous to the one you're asking for? How do you think Germany has faced its past in a successful way?
Again, like if you destroy the people, or the majority of the people, the vast majority of people, and then you say, I'm sorry, but the people aren't there as an active political presence. And we should be really, really clear about what we're asking for. To acknowledge this, it puts tremendous weight on institutions. If you understand that the White House was built, by enslaved people, if you understand that, the mall, was built by enslaved people, you take a different view, for instance, of statehood for Washington, D.C. those sorts of things. Like it throws a light. It makes that very, very, very uncomfortable. And you start to understand, how is it a mere coincidence that this majority black capital city has no representation? Is that a coincidence? Or is something else going on? So it disturbs like all sorts of other attendant, myths and realities in a way that if you've murdered the vast majority of that populace, it does not. So what can we do now? Washington, D.C. is no longer majority black. Oh, well, sorry about that. So it makes, I think the difference is that you have an act, and I suspect it was the same for, to a lesser, in a different way, but for, the reparations that was made on behalf of Japanese Americans, it wasn't the sheer numbers, existing as, this is a country that had a black president, largely, no, not entirely, through the voting strength of black people. So African Americans, and we sometimes, don't quite grasp this, but they're a very potent political force, in this country. Not omnipotent, but a very, very potent force. And so the notion that you would hand over more power to that force, I think is very, very disturbing to people.
So that is not an analogy. I think the notion of system is so important here. And when I used to teach a course on the Old South, I always talked about how it was a system.
Right.
So you had to understand white family relations, policing, everything based on the presence of substantial 4 million numbers of unfree people in that society. So to understand those connections does seem to me critical because it does define, it does enable you to ask questions about what else, what else comes here.
And I think like part of it is like, I think maybe our artists bear some responsibility here. We're getting better about this, but I think depictions of the South, obviously, I mean, this is obvious to you guys, but depictions of the South, the antebellum South, are part of why people don't know. Is Gone with the Wind the second most popular book after the Bible, I think? It's some crazy, and that's not a mistake. It's not a mistake. You think about film history and Gone with the Wind being such a revolutionary film, and the most revolutionary film, being, Birth of a Nation. I mean, this is not a mistake. It's not a mistake, and so doing the work of altering that, altering how people see themselves in the past through the arts, I think is actually also, really, really important.
I think another important development in history over the past couple of decades has been the growing acknowledgement and research that is the foundation for that of the systematic presence of slavery in the North.
Right.
Because it was always the great alibi for the North, as Robert Penn Warren put it, you were the bad ones, and we were free, and we're exempt. Therefore, the nation, in some sense, is exempt, because it was only that little bump in the road.
It was sectional.
Yeah, it was sectional. Yeah. So I think that's made a real change, too.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Let me ask about the concept of reparations and how you think about it. You have the article, The Case for Reparations. Then you have another article called The Case for the Consideration of Reparations.
I do? I don't even remember.
Yeah. And
I'm sure it exists.
I'll be the great expert on Ta-Nehisi and his oeuvre. But in that little piece, it's much shorter than the other one, in case you forgot, since you forgot. But in it, you talk about the importance of the discussion as well as whatever outcome. And you shy away a little bit from being specific about an outcome. So the word reparations, to repair, is the origin of it. How do we get to repair, to the place where it is repaired? And is it the process that gets us there? Is it and you've been resistant to say it should be X or Y or this payment or this thing.
Yeah,
so
and I have, because I think what people do is, in order to scuttle the conversation, they say, all right, well, how would it work? And once and then they want to have an argument about how it works, and if you can't, demonstrate, a full plan, then they say, well, we shouldn't even have the conversation. But I think, and I'm not speaking for, actual, academic audiences or classrooms here, but I think actually that is a way to cover for the fact that people don't actually want to talk about it. And the talk, I think like the barrier to reparations in this country is not that there is not a workable way to do this, and I really, really believe it. The barrier is that people don't want to pay, and they don't think they should have to. So, when I wrote The Case for Reparations, and in much of my work since then, for me, the most important thing is to make people, first of all, aware of the debt. People don't accept the debt. So it's like, let's move to this conversation about financing, but you don't even accept that you owe anybody anything. you know, which just, for me, seems a little backwards, you know? And at the same time, you know, again, I know that there are many, many, you know, economists, you know, who've actually done that, you know, sort of work and saying, here's a scheme for how it could work, here, you know, certain things. Let me be very clear about something. I do think it involves the payment of money. I just want to be really clear about that. I don't think, you know, you know, you can separate it, and, you know, you can have, you know, all sorts of debates about, does that mean, for instance, in neighborhoods that were redlined on the west side of Chicago, there should be some sort of targeted funding for those specific blocks? Maybe it means that. Does it mean that somebody like, you know, the lead person I write about in my article, Clyde Ross, who was repeatedly robbed, should get an actual check? Maybe it means that. Does it mean that people who can prove, and I'm confining this because this is where I did, you know, my primary amount of research. Does it mean that people who can, you know, necessarily prove that they went to try to use the GI Bill to do X, Y, and Z and were denied should get a check? Maybe it does. Maybe it does. But the first thing you got to do is acknowledge that there was an actual crime before you move to sentencing. You know, you have to, you know, get people to be able to do that. And my sense is that the vast majority of the times people say, oh, it's unworkable. My question is, wait, but do you think it's actually, oh, dog? Like, are you actually convinced of that? Because oftentimes, you can say to somebody, I have done something to you. I can never completely make it right, but here's what I can do. And if you could even get there, I mean, obviously you can't completely make this right, but if you could even get there, if it even be something, I mean, and this is why maybe I got a little over the top, but I was very, very excited to see Georgetown actually do something, anything. I was excited to see something. Does that make it right? Does that make up for everything, you know, that happened, you know, for Georgetown's involvement in slavery? No, it doesn't. But it's at least the admission and the attempt, the start, you know, to do something. It also doesn't mean that people shouldn't continue to oppress Georgetown. That's not, you know, it doesn't mean that people should just walk away, you know, from that. But at least it's an attempt, you know, and I find it odd what people are trying to do is scuttle the entire conversation.
You use the word plunder a lot, which is a very powerful word. And as I was listening to you just now, I was thinking we need to have historians of plunder and really define what the nature of those extortions has been and trace them in a way that makes the power of obligation seem tangible in a sense.
I totally agree. I mean, what is the price? Because there surely has to be one if you know, are, again, living in, I think Mississippi was majority black until maybe 1930 or so. If you're living in that state and you effectively don't have the ability to vote, which is to say you have no, you know, say over how the government uses tax dollars, I mean, that has to, you know, exert a kind of economic cost, right? I know for Clyde Ross, what it meant was that folks could come onto his family's property and just basically steal the property and everything that they owned, and they had no ability to appeal to anyone. There must be a way of putting that in economic terms. I think that's really important. For activist reasons, and I understand this, I think segregation is often spoken about in a way that's meant to appeal to people's morality. It's not fair that you and I can't sit next to each other and have a conversation. Well, that just doesn't, there's something inherently unjust about that. But I think at this point, you know, in history, there probably needs to be a more hard-headed conversation about what segregation, and there might already be one, you know, taking place about what segregation actually is. You know, about, you know, what it meant. Like what James Meredith was actually doing. You know, when I was, and I regret this as a young person, you know, thinking about, I could never understand the fight for integration. I could never, like, what, if you sit next to white people, you're gonna get smarter? Like, what is going on here? And that's because they didn't teach the economic element of it, right? Like, they didn't talk about, you know, what sort of shape these schools were in. They didn't talk about specifically why, you know, the folks, what they wanted was access, you know, equal, I mean, there was no separate but equal. It didn't actually work that way, you know? And so if you are laboring, you know, across generations, with unequal enforcement of the social contract, what did that cost you? You know, and I think that's a really, really important question that has to, you gotta get beyond these sort of, you know, moral and sentimentalist, you know, appeals, I think.
So Ta-Nehisi, something strikes me here as a bit contradictory, which is We've been talking about system, and what you said just now is that the feeling good about being able to sit next to someone is not meaningful if there's a whole system that surrounds it that's exploiting people. But as you talk about reparations, it seemed to me more directed at individuals or particulars rather than systematic overhaul. And in a sense, isn't the real reparation to break down the systems that plunder, and that otherwise it's just a stopgap and plunder will continue? I mean, I think I've been thinking a lot this morning about someone I admire enormously, Brian Stevenson, and what he's showing about incarceration and the kind of modern day slavery as he sees it.
Right.
So if there is a way that some sort of reparation to the person who was redlined is offered, and we still have that system of incarcerating Black people at such an incredible rate, then we won't have repaired things. So how do we think reparations have to be systematic in some sense, undermine the foundations of this plunder that you described?
I think in this particular case, history does give us a guide. If you look across the board, after World War II, there were manifold reparations, made to victims of the Holocaust. It wasn't merely, for instance, just one, one class. We did this X, Y, and Z. There were a series of cases across the board, made. Again, I'm focusing, or in that last comment, I focused on housing because that was the one that I focused on. But I would not. That was the one I had researched. But I would not say that to the exclusion of all other cases for reparations to be made. And I think if you can get, and forgive me if this sounds pie in the sky, but if you can get a critical mass of Americans to understand that this was an across-the-board phenomenon. Again, I thought about housing because housing is not just a place where you can, make the case where people are alive today. It's a place where it is the source of most Americans' wealth. It's how you assemble wealth in this country. And if you can't do that, if you're prevented from doing that, while other people are allowed to do it, it's obviously a problem. But I think if you can get the notion across the board that this was robbery in every phase, in education, in criminal justice, in housing, during the period of enslavement, in voting. Like if you can get that kind of manifold idea, then you can have several cases for reparations, and probably what you need is several schemes. You almost need a spirit of it. You need the country, to acknowledge this is part of our history, and we have a responsibility across the board to repair this. Again, it might be individual people, but that's probably not the end of it, And I suspect if we started doing this research, we could see it. You can see it. How possible it is, again, I really believe it's the work of generations.
So we're talking today about universities in particular, and when you think about that, you defined a special role, which is our teaching role, our leadership role, our nurturing of leaders' role. But there are many other institutions in our society as well that have had past that are embedded with slavery in one way or another. Do you see other institutions that have particular obligations in this space?
Yeah, certainly so. And I think they might have begun to do something about this, but certainly if you think about what happened in Virginia with mass resistance, wherein you had people responding to Brown versus the board by effectively shutting down the public school system. Certainly that injured some folks. When you think about, I'm talking about micro cases, micro in quotes here. When you think about, I believe it's North Carolina, where they, were sterilizing, folks. And I think this was actually, they recently were very, very successful, with that. When you think about John Burge in Chicago, where he was, spent years just torturing people, and they made a successful reparations claim against, the crimes of John Burge. But you look at, like, Chicago, and you see that, like, and this is like what happened. You look at what happened with something like with Laquan McDonald, and you see the tape of him being shot down. And you know that the officers who were there covered that up. And you know that the person who was chief of police at the time covered that up. And you know that the cover-up extended all the way up to the mayor's office, that folks knew is there something systemic going on there with the police department? I mean, that's an institution. So I really think that like you could probably go across the board and study. Now, I'm putting particular pressure on the institutions because you guys know. You guys know, you have a knowledge that maybe, the Chicago Police Department does not have yet. And so I think it's just incumbent on you to act, and to convince, places like that, and to convince leaders, who will go off to be like mayors of Chicago and, corporate leaders in big cities, that this is a real thing, not just here, but that it's systemic, it's across the board, and they really should have a responsibility to address. I think it would make governance for people who are fair-minded and good and just don't really have an understanding of history a little bit more manageable to understand where this stuff comes from.
I think it's a challenge for universities because we are more likely to have open discussions. We're more likely to have scholars who want to do research and dig into these questions and debate them. And so thinking about how we can influence institutions that are less likely to do that and don't see it as part of their mission will be an interesting challenge that you've put before us.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like y'all said, the easiest place to start with is the students. I mean, obviously there should be more, but I think like that's the, I was talking to Craig Wilder, who's over here earlier, about, his book, Ebony and Ivy, and he was saying they had taken it up and it was a class at Columbia now on Columbia and slavery, and I asked him, do they mandate reading the book in the freshman class? Because I don't, this is just like, I'm not a university president, I'm just talking here. But I kind of think if you're gonna, come to an Ivy League school and you're going to profit from that education and you have not read that book, you have done yourself a disservice. So if I were president for the day or for the year, I might mandate that every freshman class read that book. Or if not that book, something like that. There's no way that I would want to be graduating people from an institution that was literally made possible by slavery was the road. And have them graduate like, I didn't know that. Now listen, if they want to be, if ultimately they want to be aggressively ignorant or just affirmatively ignorant, there's not too much you can do about that. But I wouldn't want the institution to be able to say, we did not make a sincere effort to expose every student who came through our doors to this history. It shouldn't be optional. It shouldn't be optional.
So African slavery was the road, as you've said so eloquently. But there's a lot of other plunder in the history of the United States as well. What's the role of other forms of plunder, and what are the responsibilities that we have to those and to other groups that have been either systematically or intermittently?
Possibly reparations. Very possibly reparations. I'm hesitant to speak there because again, my research and my reporting and my reading was very focused. But I don't believe that understanding, like I don't believe that this concept should be limited to Black people. And so I would often, after I published the case, I would get what people, they would say, well, what about the Native Americans? And I would say, I would love to read that piece. There should be a piece like that. I would love to see it. So I don't think it's my suspicion is that anytime you have a hierarchical relationship, you're probably taking something from somebody else. That it's not incidental, it's not just, a mistake. That's what I think. That does not rise to the level of a publishable piece or something like that. But I certainly don't think the concept should be limited to Black people at all. Nor should it be, by the way, I just want to be really clear about this too, because I know this is going to come up later. Nor should it be, I hope we're okay here. Nor should it be limited to African Americans. Again, my research was very specific. I wanted to make the most direct and specific case I should, but I do think it's worth asking a question about the Western world as a whole. I think that's a fruitful and an important, line of research.
So Ta-Nehisi, what's next? Here we are in this unexpected world after the election, where, as you said a few moments ago, this case may be even more difficult to make in the context in which we now find ourselves. How do you see your writing and your mission, in a sense, in the months to come? What is it, to continue to make the case for reparations specifically? Is it to branch out from that?
Probably not. Probably not. Well, I'm a little confused, right? I'm just being honest with you. I'm a little confused right now because, not by your question or anything, but just, and just you gotta have to bear with me through this. I didn't expect any of this. I certainly didn't expect all of this. It's certainly an honor to be here. I really appreciate being here, but you have to, I started this as a really, on a relatively, at the time, obscure blog in an attempt to understand the Civil War. It was my attempt. It was just for me. There was no, bigger thing that was coming out of that. And as I read and the thing spooled out, I came to understand more and more things. And even up to the point when, I wrote the case for reparations, it wasn't clear to me that it would have an effect. You understand? Because reparations was and does, this very moment, exist on a particular place, way beyond the Overton window. And so the notion that, it would be, read and taken seriously and become as successful as some of the things I write would end up where they were was not something that I foresaw. I always tell people writers have to prepare themselves, and academics too, not to be read. Not to be read. So I was a little ill-prepared for this moment, and I think if there's anything I'm struggling to get back is, and I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, I didn't begin this to advocate for reparations. And that's not really how writers work. I began with my own native curiosity, and I'm trying to get back to that. I think it's really, really important that I do that. I think I'm not an activist, I'm not an advocate. It doesn't mean I'm not in sympathy with activists and advocates, but I think my work is at its best when I am answering a question that is really, really burning inside of me. The question of reparations isn't too much. I think the answer is pretty clear, actually.
Mm-hmm. And you wrote this extraordinary piece about President Obama, and were given unparalleled access to him. You had several long interviews with him. Would you reflect on that piece just for a moment, and how you see it in the trajectory of your understanding of race in America as you think about the meaning of that first Black presidency?
It was important, and just to direct it to why we're here today, I got to ask him about reparations, which was he talked about it. Like, we talked about it for like a good. If that interview went on for an hour and a half, we probably talked about reparations for 30 or 45 minutes, and although as Sandy says, Professor Sandy Duddy says, his answer was not, to my mind, sufficient. He did say, listen, you can make a case for it, that you're not crazy for saying something actually was taken and something was, to hear an American president actually say that was tremendous to me. It was huge. Again, and I gotta be really clear about this. When I say that it was tremendous, when I say it does not mean that you don't critique people, it does not mean that you back off, but I think you also need to acknowledge the steps forward that you actually make. It doesn't mean you don't need more steps, but I think you need to, make those. At the same time, in the spirit of what I just said, I felt like he didn't, how do I explain this? He had what I would say is the conventional, and I think this is across the board, from, the Bernie Sanders folks all the way over to Obama to Hillary, all across the, the basic liberal understanding of race is that the way you address it is by addressing poverty. And it's hard to get people to understand. Like, when I did the case for reparations, it was very important for me to focus on Black middle-class families. And that wasn't to the exclusion of Black poor people. It was to say, okay, the dynamic here, the conversation here says, if these people play by the rules, everything will be okay. Okay, let's go examine some people who played by the rules then. Let's see how it ended up. And what you find is they got robbed. They acted it was not that, the country wanted them to be successful. The country actually resented their success. And that's old. That's Du Bois and, Reconstruction. It's the same thing. It's a resentment of your success. It is not that, hey, if you would just marry and get a job, everything would be okay. No, you marry, get a job, save your money, and you will be robbed. It sets you up to be plundered. It was very, very important because it cuts against a dominant liberal theory that there is nothing specific about black people as a class of people in this country. There is not a specific thing that needs to, be addressed. And to his mind, he thought, basically, if you would construct a decent, social safety net, a more, liberal, more European social safety net, if you could, very, very, directly, enforce anti-discrimination laws. I'm for all of them, for both of those things. And here's where the magic happens. And through the individual work of black people, you could close the effort. And I think I said this. I was definitely thinking this. We've been working for a long time, man. The work ethic is not lacking. That's not the missing component here. That's not the missing thing. And that was hard to get across. I was very, very grateful for the exchange, but at the same time, it to me points out how far we have to go. I engaged Senator Sanders on this during the election, because if you have a candidate of the left, of the radical left, who can't even see this, long way to go. Long way to go.
I'm struck as you're speaking that, in a way, Obama's presidency is another embodiment of your argument. He played by the rules.
He did.
He thought he could preside over a post-racial moment. You remember all the discussion about we're in a post-racial moment. And so what rules did he get to take advantage of? Well, he didn't get a Supreme Court nominee because somebody said, we're not playing by the rules, and the whole birther stuff. So in a sense, the argument you had, or the disagreement you had with him, I think you won based on the nature of his own.
Yeah, he would disagree with you. he was, I thought so too, by the way, and I raised that. I raised all of these incidents, and I very much said, listen, and his argument, and maybe to be a politician, you ultimately have to believe this, and I don't mean that in any sort of derogatory way when I say politician, but if you're about the business of convincing people, you have to believe that not just the majority of people are decent and non-racist, but that not even an actionable or significant minority are. And so if you talk to him, he would say, well, the problem was Fox News. It was, and I agree, that was part of the problem. But I think I asked him this. I said, but why are they watching Fox News? There's a ready audience, for this kind of argument. It came up again, in the election with, Hillary Clinton and the whole, deplorables. And it's like, wait, we have numbers on this. We have actual data. When you have 40% of your voters who believe black people are more criminal, that's kind of deplorable, man. When the majority of your coalition believes against all evidence that, the president of the United States, is a Muslim, and by Muslim they don't simply mean, thinks the Quran is very important, but means something else, it's kind of deplorable, But we can't get ourselves there, you know what I mean? We just can't, and I think what it is we are, maybe if we acknowledged all of it, we would go crazy. Like maybe we just would cease to be able to function. It's just too, it's too, is it really, really that bad? Was it really, really, yes, it was really, really that bad. And maybe, because I have to think, from some perspective, obviously I'm arguing for reparations, but I don't think it's sufficient to say you're ignorant, you don't know, but why? 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 If I'm in that position, why would I not want to know? What kind of pressures, what kind of stress, to bring upon, the belief system, that one functions in to actually acknowledge the debt, to say nothing of actually doing something. What does it actually do?
So we are almost at the end of our time, and I just wanted to know whether you come to all this at this moment with a sense of optimism and dynamism about where it can go, or if you feel burdened by it in the way if you knew too much, it would be unbearable.
Well, I don't feel burdened. I mean, I'd rather know than not know. I'm one of those people. But I just have to say it's extremely ironic for any historian to ask me if I feel optimistic. Because I go out and talk, right, and people say, why you don't have any hope? I said, have you spent any time around any historians at all? You're talking about me? Do you read the stuff that these people are writing? I mean, Jesus. No, I'm not optimistic. I mean, how could you? I mean, I'm not pessimistic. I mean, that's sort of, it almost feels like a question of optimism and pessimism, and like it's almost beside the point. You know, it is what it is, and people need to act. You know, whether I think they're, likely to act or not. And when I say this, and I've said this before, I root myself in the very, very real tradition of enslaved black people in this country. 1619, folks are enslaved. I'm pretty sure they know it's wrong from the moment they're enslaved. And they say it all through the page. Listen, 250 years is a long time. That's a lot of generations. And, you can be at certain points and look to the past and see that all your ancestors, as far back as you can see, are enslaved. And all your children and grandchildren, descendants, as far forward as you can see, will be enslaved. And in the midst of that, people acted. They did things. When Frederick Douglass, abolitionists stand up, and they say, this is wrong. They're not the first people to do that. Now, we focus on them because it actually turned out to be successful at the end of the day. So it's easy to focus on the successes, but I'm much more interested in the failures. I think about Ida B. Wells, who with so much courage, argued and pushed and tried to coax, the American Congress to do this anti-lynching bill, which it did not do in her lifetime and didn't even apologize until like 2004 or something. Long after Ida B. Wells was dead. Does that mean that her actions were worthless? Does that mean it was meaningless? Certainly in hindsight, you could say, well, one should have been pessimistic about those prospects. That's beside the point. You have a moral responsibility to act, to do, to think, to know.
What a great way to stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This was a very powerful beginning to our conversation here. And I think it raised some of the most burning issues that we will be debating and must be debating in the next few hours. My name is Sven Beckert. I'm a professor of history here and one of the co-organizers of this conference. We will take a short break now, and we will reassemble here at 10:45 to discuss slavery and universities in the United States. See you in a few minutes. Okay, it would be very good if you could take your seat again. Okay. Okay, welcome back to our conference on universities and slavery. After this very powerful and moving beginning this morning, I'm delighted to announce the first panel, which is going to be on the universities and slavery in the United States. And I'm delighted and honored to be able to introduce my colleague, my co-conspirator in this project, and also friend, Professor Evelyn Higginbotham.
Well, welcome. This is really a wonderful morning. Few recent conversations in academia have elicited more publicity than the conversation on the historical relationship between universities and slavery. Inspired by Brown University's President Ruth Simmons in 2003, the investigation into the connections between slavery and Brown prompted researchers at many universities to conduct similar studies. And so now we are well over a decade later, and this research has revealed many universities, Southern and Northern, private and public, to have histories tied to slavery. And we now know that slaves worked on university campuses, and they were owned by universities. Universities engaged in the buying and selling of enslaved workers, and they drew upon the profits of their labor, and they drew upon the profits generated by the Atlantic slave trade. And the research on universities and slavery has also attracted widespread controversy, as we know, from articles written in the New York Times and in other places. And so this panel on slavery and universities nationally will discuss those issues. We will hear from James Campbell, formerly at Brown University, and now the Edgar E. Robinson Professor in United States History at Stanford. Our second panelist is Adam Rothman, Professor of History at Georgetown University. And finally, Craig Wilder, the Barton L. Weller Professor of History at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Now, you can read their full bios in your program. After their presentations and after our conversation, we will entertain questions from you, from the audience. And index cards have been given to every registered attendee in Agassiz and in Keynote. And audience members should write their questions on the index card, so you can do that as you're listening. And there will be staff members who will walk quietly up and down the aisles to pick up your cards. And those cards have different colors, so we want to make sure that we get people from both locations and that we will be able to answer some of those questions. And in addition, we will be taking questions from Twitter. And we are using the hashtag Unislavery. Can you see that? Hashtag Unislavery, so that people watching online can submit questions. So let's start. Professor Campbell, you played a pioneering role in the study of slavery on universities with your work with the leadership of Ruth Simmons at Brown University. I'd love to hear your reflections on the particular set of contingencies that came together at Brown. And if you could also share with us your thoughts about the politics of confronting this difficult matter at that time.
Well, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, thank you all for being here, and thanks for having me. The contingent, historically contingent thing at Brown has to do with the reparations debate, and I'm going to go around a bit of a mountain to get to this, but in 2001, 2002, before Ruth Simmons had become the president of Brown University, but shortly after her appointment had been announced as the first African-American president of an Ivy League university, there was an advertisement that was taken out, a paid advertisement in the Brown Daily Herald and a variety of other college newspapers around the country by a conservative columnist named David Horowitz, mocking the reparations movement. It's called 10 Reasons Why Reparations for Slavery is a Bad Idea and Racist Too. And with all respect, I think it was meant to be a kind of political provocation. It sort of was a series of 10 escalating reasons, each of which was more provocative, I guess, than the previous, that African Americans should be grateful that their ancestors were enslaved because they were so much better off by virtue of being here than being in Africa, that reparations had already been paid in the form of welfare, that African Americans were not sufficiently grateful to the white Christians who freed them. And I think the 10th one was that any disparities that existed between black and white people in the United States today were not a function of an institution that had ended hundreds of years ago, his words, but merely reflected black people's own failures of individual character. Well, if it was meant to provoke a response, it did. It did on a number of campuses. At Brown, he hit the jackpot, where a group of students, incensed by it, demanded that the editorial be rescinded by the editors. When they refused, this group of students announced that they would prevent the Brown Daily Herald from circulating until such time as the editors met their demands. Well, I don't know if you can steal something that's free, but the next day when the Brown Daily Herald was distributed, there were protesters at each of the distribution points, and they made off with a day's press run. And the day after that, Brown was on the front page of the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, the Christian Science Monitor, made the London Times, MSNBC, BBC News, as an example of an institution where the students were so politically correct that when confronted with ideas that made them uncomfortable, their only response was to smash the presses. It was not a happy day for the university. Given that background, and it sort of was a convulsion on the campus that we dealt with for some number of weeks, one might have thought that a president coming to Brown at that moment, very conspicuous given the circumstances, would have given this issue a very wide berth. But Ruth, in her courage and her vision, did precisely the opposite. Her very first speech at Brown, at convocation, she reminded students that universities were conflicted places where we had to have the courage to debate even the most painful issues. And shortly thereafter, she announced a commission to actually investigate not only Brown's historical relationship to slavery and the transatlantic slave trade and to publish the facts of that, but also to organize public programs that would help our students and the nation reflect thoughtfully in academically rigorous ways on the complex legal, political, ethical, moral questions raised by the slavery reparations issue. I mean, this was an act of transcendent courage, and when she did it, she was all alone. And I must say, with respect to all of the other institutions that are engaged with this work now, there wasn't a single peep from another university even suggesting that this was an act worthy of a university. Sort of people just kind of waited to see. And so I think the first answer to your question is that we're here because of the courage of a rather singular woman. But there's other things as well. I mean, I was struck this morning, just to broaden the lens a little bit. Dean Cohen in the introduction talked about how we are here engaging urgent questions. And it's kind of interesting to reflect as a historian why a question becomes urgent when the matters about which you're talking are centuries old. Mm-hmm. And there's a history here. And it's kind of been interesting to me that our movement, if I might call it that, which is predicated on the importance and value of history, has been so unself-conscious about thinking about its own historical predicates. And so I'd like to just, in a couple of minutes, suggest a few of them. I mean, clearly, the work we are doing at universities is part of a global movement. The period since the Second World War, and certainly the last couple of decades in particular, have seen a growing international consensus on the need for societies to confront legacies of gross historical injustice and of the development of a variety of modalities for doing so. Truth commissions being one, war crimes tribunals, memorials, monuments, reparations programs of various kinds. So that global context, I think, is really important here. I think that global context also both reflects and feeds off of other broad changes in kind of political culture. One is, and I don't have time to elaborate this much, but is what one might call the therapeutic culture, particularly the emergence of the trauma paradigm. So axiomatic is it to us, the kind of logic of PTSD, the idea that events in our past that are painful, if left unaddressed, can continue to remain and hinder and create dysfunction. That it's hard for us to remember that that's a pretty novel concept. I mean, PTSD is only recognized in the American Psychiatric Association's DSM, I think in 1983. But it is now something that we all just take axiomatically, that if something traumatic happens, you need to deal with it. And what's been fascinating in those years since 1983, and I think in interesting ways rather uninterrogated, is the ways in which what began as a diagnosis for an individual psyche has increasingly become, through the use of metaphor, a way in which we talk about collectives and we talk about entire human societies. So we now routinely talk about societies having traumatic histories and about the need to confront these painful pasts in order for the society to move forward. I don't offer this comment as a skeptic. I think we need to think carefully about it, but simply because it, again, I think is one of the contexts in which these kind of investigations become plausible. Another one, very briefly, is I think what philosopher Charles Taylor calls the politics of recognition. The emergence, at least in Western societies, a shift in the way in which rights claims, which historically might have been enunciated in terms of individuals' access to certain basic civil rights, are increasingly articulated in group terms and in the right of people to have the collective identities that they cherished acknowledged in the public sphere, including histories of trauma or histories of violation. And I think that, too, is one of the contexts that is behind the kind of transformations that we're seeing. And finally, and this was obviously germane to the thing at Brown, is the reparations movement itself. I mean, as Ta-Nehisi Coates mentioned today, there's a long history, and it's one we're tied to at Harvard from the Belinda Royal petition, and reparations demands have been made and articulated, and movements have emerged off and on for more than 200 years. But in the 1990s, inspired by a series of settled lawsuits involving Holocaust reparations, a new front was opened there, in which the idea was to bring claims against corporations that had profited from slavery. And that was a new approach, and it was one then that immediately brought universities to the center. And so I think, as you might remember, Yale, Harvard, Brown, all of them were threatened with litigation. Some lawsuits were filed. In the end, those lawsuits were consolidated and heard in federal court in 2004 and thrown out. But the fact is, I think that again, when the events at Brown happened, there were just a host of broad developments that I think had set the stage for a kind of response that seemed logical, inevitable, even though, a generation or two before, nobody would have thought of it. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, yes. Professor Rothman, Georgetown has already been mentioned, and it offers perhaps the most dramatic case in recent years of a university's coming to terms with its past because of the historical research that was done. However, you have identified, and indeed you even emphasize, the unique role of memory in regard to Georgetown's response. So talk to us about memory, how you think about that in relation to history.
Thanks very much. I should just begin by saying it's a real honor to be here, to be able to discuss this issue that is so important and so central to the identities and politics of our own institutions. I'm a historian of slavery at an institution that owes its existence to the history of slavery, and I just think about that all the time. I was a member of the working group at Georgetown. The title of the working group was the Working Group on Slavery, Memory, and Reconciliation. And I want to really focus on that idea of the memory of slavery at Georgetown. But to talk about memory, we have to talk a little bit first about the actual history. I'm sure many of you by now are very familiar with the history of Georgetown and slavery. That history is really a microcosm of the entire history of slavery in North America. Georgetown was founded in 1789 by Catholic and Jesuit leadership in the Chesapeake, especially in Maryland. That Catholic and Jesuit leadership, that elite, derived its wealth and power from slave owning. The Maryland province of the Society of Jesus in the 18th century became one of the largest slave owners in the colony of Maryland. The idea when Georgetown was founded was that the Jesuit farms and plantations, the Jesuit farms and plantations out in Maryland would essentially subsidize the educational and religious mission of the Catholic Church. So there's a very intimate relationship between slavery and Georgetown. Georgetown was part of a religious economy rooted in slavery. Enslaved people worked at Georgetown. Georgetown hired slaves from neighboring owners and from students. At one point in the 1810s, about 10% of all the people on campus were slaves. But after the War of 1812, and as the economy of slavery changes in the Chesapeake, the Jesuits begin to debate what to do with their slaves, because the plantations were no longer profitable. They weren't making money. So the Jesuits have a 20-year debate about what to do with them, whether to free them, whether to sell them, whether to send them to Liberia. These were all things that were discussed. But ultimately, by the mid-1830s, the Jesuit leadership decided to sell virtually their entire inventory of human property. One of the reasons why they decided to sell was because Georgetown was in debt, accumulated debt through building in the 1820s and 1830s. So the sale of the slaves in the 1830s actually kills two birds with one stone. They sort of liquidate their human assets and at the same time raise capital to resuscitate the finances of the university. So when Mr. Coates talks about the debt that this country has to slavery, that debt with respect to Georgetown University is very real. You can actually put a number on it. The Jesuit leadership sold 272 people, give or take, for about $115,000 in 1838, and some of that money flowed back to the university to pay off the debts. That's the history in a nutshell. But here's the thing, that history was never a secret. Jesuit historians had been writing about it since the early 20th century. In the 1980s and 1990s, the American Studies program at Georgetown actually integrated this history into its curriculum. Some people around the university knew it, scholars wrote about it. The bicentennial history of the university, written in 1989, discusses this history. It was never a secret. But it was also not widely known. So when President DeGioia at Georgetown initiated the working group for the study of the working group on slavery, memory, and reconciliation at Georgetown, a lot of people around the university and the broader public were just shocked at this history because they had no idea that this had ever happened. And so when we talk about memory, I think we have to talk about, and this is to all the scholars in the room, we have to talk about the failure of scholarship to reach the broader public. We have not been successful telling the stories that we know are true. So I think part of the work that we've been engaging in Georgetown is to try to dig deeper into this history and find out new things. But even more importantly, perhaps, to tell the story in ways that make it known. So memory. How have we done that? Well, partly just the working group itself, excavating the history, telling the story. We created a website called the Georgetown Slavery Archive to put documents on the web so people could see the original materials for themselves. It's one thing to be told that the Jesuits sold nearly 300 people, and it's another thing to see the contract where their names are listed from Isaac on down. Right? So I think that is a way of recovering that memory. The discussions we've had about the naming and renaming of buildings, about memorialization, all are about resuscitating that memory. But memory is not just about archives, it's about the uses of history, it's about the fights we have over history, and over the course of last year, we had a couple of things happen that really elevated this history into a kind of a new level of consciousness. One was a series of protests by students at Georgetown last fall, insisting, among other things, that the names of buildings that were named after the architects of the sale be changed. They did not want to live with those names anymore. So that was a kind of invocation of a new form of memory. But we tried to find new names for those buildings that would not erase this history, but remind us of this history in new ways. So I think that's part of our challenge. The second thing that happened, and I think one of the things that really makes the Georgetown story so powerful, not unique, but powerful, is the revelation that so many, and some of them are at Georgetown today. We have to thank Rachel Swarns, New York Times reporter, and Richard Cellini of the Georgetown Memory Project for really elevating that story and making it an important part of our own history. But I think that we need to tell the story. We need to tell it accurately, we need to tell it thoroughly, and we need to find new ways to tell it. That is part of the process of reconciliation, which is sort of the third basket of ideas that the working group was operating with. Reconciliation. Part of reconciliation is telling the story, not just having historians write about it, but having playwrights craft plays and philosophers wrestle with the question of moral obligations across time, and people studying economics to look at the finances of it. Reconciliation involves telling the story in new ways, incorporating new people's perspectives and opinions and archives to just develop a much richer and more compelling story that speaks to us today. That's what we tried to do on the working group. The working group is actually concluded, but the work continues. At Georgetown, in all sorts of partnerships with other institutions and organizations and people, this work of slavery, memory, and reconciliation is not over. And our hope at Georgetown is that it's actually just beginning.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Professor Wilder, you've written a wonderful new book, and one of the concerns that you have is obviously related to what we've just heard, and that's about the controversies in regard to naming and renaming. So please talk about the politics of this and why naming has become such a crucial part of activism.
Thank you, and thank you all for having me. It's been extraordinary so far, and I hope I don't make it less so. That's my goal. That's what I'm shooting for. I think, I want to go back in time too, in part because I'm at Harvard, and so I want to talk a bit about W.B. Du Bois, because you can't have a conference here without doing that. So let's make sure it's done. Du Bois, in Souls of Black Folk, has an essay of Alexander Crummell that I've read dozens and dozens of times. I've taught it. It's become sort of a part of the way I think about the world, about African American history, about the history of education. And it's an extraordinary essay. It begins, in fact, with this paragraph. This is the history of a human heart, the tale of a black boy who many long years ago began to struggle with life that he might know the world and know himself. 3 temptations he met on those dark dunes that lay gray and dismal before the wonder eyes of the child. The temptation of hate that stood out against the red dawn, the temptation of despair that darkened the noonday, the temptation of doubt that ever steals along with twilight. Above all, you must hear of the vales he crossed, the valley of humiliation, and the valley of the shadow of death. It is hardly the introduction that you would expect to read to a biography of someone's educational journey. But that's exactly, in fact, what Du Bois offers. Du Bois follows Alexander Crummell from his childhood in New York in the old African school. He follows him and 2 other teenagers from New York City who journey alone up to Canaan, New Hampshire, to a school that's willing to accept black students. The school is surrounded by a mob of 300 people on August 10th, 1835. The mob dresses the building in ropes and chains and spends the next 2 days ripping it off of its foundations, dragging it through town, depositing it at the rear end of a Baptist church, and then celebrates their victory by turning on the children with guns and using a cannon to chase them out of town under the cover of night. Okay. He then follows Crummell back to New York City, and yet again on another educational journey, this time up to Petersboro, where the abolitionist Gerrit Smith had opened a school for black kids. He follows him again to Oneida, where the radical white minister Beriah Green had a school where he had promised to take in a black student. He follows Crummell back to New York. He follows him to Yale, where apparently, like J.W.C. Pennington, a fugitive slave from Maryland, Crummell was allowed to take a course, but not allowed to actually speak, matriculate, get a degree, or participate in any other formal way in the institution. He just follows him. The temptation, hate, despair, and doubt, framed Du Bois' short biography of Crummell. And Du Bois will write, out of the temptation of hate, and burned by the fire of despair, triumph over doubt, and steeled by the sacrifice against humiliation, Crummell becomes, in fact, the black leader who Du Bois meets in the late 19th century in Ohio, the black man, the black leader who Du Bois feels he can actually bow before and really come to understand. And one of the things I've always found extraordinary about that document is that it repeats throughout much of Du Bois' work, but it repeats throughout much of African American history. This story, this narrative arc of struggle and triumph, of trials and tribulations, and then success. In Du Bois' 1928 novel, Dark Princess, he does much the same thing. This time he has a black medical student whom he has basically he positions him before the dean of a new medical college. The student's in his 2nd year in the novel, and the whole administration and the trustees conspire to actually put him out of medical school and make sure that he doesn't graduate. The novel then has the young man basically on a ship heading to Europe, where he falls in love with, Du Bois liked, in fact, third world exoticism. So he falls in love with a beautiful South Asian woman, and the 2 of them join the international struggle against imperialism. And so you have Du Bois. Okay. But one of the things that I've always been struck by, and I should say that character in Dark Princess is actually based on the very real black students who came to Harvard Medical School, including Martin Delaney, who were actually conspired against and removed from the school before they graduated. And so it actually involves, in fact, Du Bois' understanding of African American education and African American history. Du Bois regularly reproduced narratives of black struggle and black sacrifice, this sort of heroic theme in African American history that repeats over and over again. He was fascinated by these figures. Many of us are. It's hard to read about Anna Julia Cooper and others without actually really embracing this idea. And I know as a student I did. I read Souls of Black Folks, and Du Bois read himself into Alexander Crummell. He came to understand his life through Crummell's sacrifices. And I was sort of very much attracted to that same possibility as an undergraduate. But now that I've lost my hair, and I've read that multiple times since, there's something else that I found much more troubling about it, that sort of triumphant story in African American history and the history of African American education also tends to normalize Black sacrifice, Black struggle on our campuses. I was reminded last night of the demands and protests of the law students at Harvard around the royal seal, the crest on the Harvard Law School seal. We can also remind ourselves of the fact that since the Brown Report, since Ruth Simmons' extraordinary courage in sort of opening up this conversation and challenging not just Brown, but all of Brown's peer institutions, to take a close look at the relationship between those institutions and slavery. One of the groups that has helped to keep the conversation alive has been students on our campuses. Very often Black students on our campuses, but not only Black students on our campuses. Student protests and student struggles have helped to actually keep us honest. They've brought our institutions into a confrontation with history that we're now challenged to wrestle with ourselves. And so one of the things I want to take from W.B. Du Bois' sort of description of the glory of Black struggle and Black sacrifice is the possibility that perhaps it's time for us to stop that. Perhaps it's time for us to really take responsibility for our own histories, our faculties, our trustees, our administrators, to confront that past and actually, rather than depending upon our students, we're about to approach the 200th anniversary of the graduation of the first Black student from a United States college. And that's 200 years of triumphant stories. It's time to stop that narrative arc. It's time for us to actually take up the burden of social justice on our campuses rather than transferring it to our students. It's time for us to support the students in the most direct way that we can, which is by actually living up to the values that we define ourselves by. And rather than having our students rescue us and address our past, perhaps take this opportunity to really take a close reading of ourselves, understand the moment that we're in, and give our students, this next generation, the kind of, address one of the central demands of student movements, which is the right to exist on these campuses in dignity without the burden of actually being insulted, demeaned, or actually placed in positions, situations, and contexts that are by definition insulting and demeaning because they're by definition dishonest. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So now, I'm always curious about these kind of projects when we get involved and we get so intensely involved. There's always something that is absolutely surprising that we discover or striking that we discover. I'd like to know your stories.
Sure. I'll start by telling you a few things that didn't surprise me. I mean, it didn't surprise me that the day after Brown press released what we were intending to do, that there was a chorus of denunciations about a Black woman president who'd lost her mind and was about to cash out Brown's endowment and give it out in reparations checks to her friends. I mean, I knew that there would be a political backlash, and I wasn't surprised by that. I wasn't surprised by the fact that other universities would eventually join. One of the very first conversations I had with Ruth Simmons about this, I said, people are going to come after you. And she said, look, as long as what we are doing is consonant with the values of a university, they can't touch us, right? That this is what universities are. If you don't like universities, don't come. But don't tell universities that they can't investigate their own histories, that they don't have a linkage to their pasts. I mean, to be a part of a university is to exist in a community that exists across time, procession that started before we got here and will continue long after we're gone. And so, universities are also places that are set up to engage difficult questions. So I think a lot of what we tried to do at Brown was if we just made it clear that what we were doing was in keeping with the values that we profess as institutions, that it would soon enough, the question would not be why would one university do this? It would be how could a university not investigate this? I'll tell you one thing that did surprise me was discovering that, we were late to the party, that the questions about what the university's relationship to slavery and the transatlantic slave trade was in fact one that had been debated on our campus almost from its beginning. Most notably in the case of the Brown brothers themselves. As if you've read the report, by the standards of Rhode Island merchants, the Brown brothers were not big players in the trade, but they did send 2 slave ships to Africa. Both were disasters, after which 3 of the 4 never engaged in the trade again, and one of them, Moses Brown, became one of the founders of the movement to abolish the transatlantic slave trade. The first prosecution for illegal slave trading in the United States federal courts is a prosecution of John Brown brought by his younger brother Moses. So you realize that in fact that this was and there's the correspondence between them is in our archives. And you realize that in fact they've been debating this. You realize that in fact there were a series of subsequent cases in which members of the Brown Board of Trustees were bringing prosecutions against other members of the Brown Board of Trustees. You've probably been in contentious corporation meetings, but maybe never quite as contentious as this. There was one moment, the students too talked about this, and so just one quick anecdote. I got a phone call one day from one of the university archivists. He said, we have all these Brown commencement addresses delivered by students. Would you like to see them? Maybe some of them talk about slavery. And so he sent them to me in digital form, and one of them I recognized was James Talmadge. Now, if you're an American historian, he's the author of the Talmadge Amendment, which precipitates the Missouri crisis in 1819, a congressman. And James Talmadge gave the Brown commencement address, I think it's 1794, I could be wrong, and he says, I take as my subject, the subject of this barbarous traffic. And you've got to imagine, half the people in the audience are merchants participating in the slave trade. And he works through just eloquently and quite satirically in some cases, a set of arguments that are advanced in support of this traffic and knocks them down. And he ends by saying, but the most absurd one of all is this newfangled idea that somehow a person with darker skin is inferior to a person of lighter skin. An idea, he says, which if taken to its logical conclusion would make the most powerful Washington a man as virtuous as Washington subject to a puny albino. And he says, this idea is a matter for future generations to investigate. And I remember reading that. I was late at night and I was sitting by myself and I just started to cry because it was that, somebody had left a message in a bottle. And so that discovery that, we were not, as some allege, projecting our values on some past and we were in fact engaging a past in precisely the terms that they had given us. And we were re-entering a conversation that's been going on our campus for a really long time. And that surprised me and in its way delighted me.
I'll tell a story that also ends with me crying. The most surprising thing for me has really been just the emotional power that is vested in archival material and the way that sort of springs out at unexpected times. A lot of what I was doing on the working group was just digging into a collection called the Maryland Province Archives, which is 130 odd boxes of material produced by the Jesuits over couple of centuries. And quite a lot of material in there has to do with Jesuit slaveholding, their attitudes towards slaves, sacramental registers that contain records of the baptism and marriage and burial of slaves on the Jesuit plantations, and even in some cases at the college. And it's really remarkable. It's just remarkable historical material. If you're a historian of slavery, it's really an amazing resource. I'm fully convinced that the sale in 1838 is the single best documented mass sale of people in the history of the domestic slave trade. So it's a really, valuable resource for historical research. Last April, during our sort of Emancipation Week at Georgetown, we sort of culminated our university-wide events sponsored by the working group with a series of talks and lectures talking about the history of slavery at Georgetown and more generally. And I gave a presentation at our special collections in a room there, just presenting the archival material that we had uncovered and put on the website, including baptismal records for slaves and including letters that Jesuits had written about slavery, including records from the sale. And I gave a pretty conventional academic talk to a fairly conventional academic crowd. There was a Q&A at the end, and as the Q&A went on, there's a gentleman standing in the back of the room. It was a crowded room. People were interested, but there's a gentleman standing in the back of the room who didn't quite fit in the mold. He was African American. He was wearing a kind of tracksuit. He had tattoos all over his body, the arms and neck, and he raised his hand and he just started talking, and he started to say that the names that he was reading on the bill of sale were names that he recognized, names from his ancestors, and he was just breaking down, crying, talking about how he's Catholic, how he was Catholic, how those priests who were supposed to be shepherds of their flock could sell those people, how they could send them to the wolves. And he was having a crisis of faith, like right there. And he sort of asked me, like, well, how could this happen? And what are we going to do about it? And I had no answer for him. And by the end of it, we were pretty much all crying. And it just revealed to me the tremendous emotional power of the archives, the different ways that people read them and connect to them, that they're valuable not just as places we go for information to make historical arguments, but for some people it's really personal and very meaningful. And that just really, I was starting to realize that. But that moment really made me understand that we have to do more to connect people in visceral and material ways to the artifacts of history. Not that the artifacts speak for themselves, that they don't, but people read different things in those in those artifacts, and they bring different perspectives to them. And it just was a reminder that history really matters. And I think sometimes that's an important reminder to get, because we often forget it.
Thank you.
I'll be brief. I'll just add something, I think, to the two. One of the things I've been struck by in the past decade, actually now more than a decade, since Brown did its report, is that I've always had this sense, especially recently, that there's this interesting connection between Brown and Georgetown, and that they sort of sit at the ends of two different parts of this movement. This process, I think, is really quite interesting, because I think the arrival of Ruth Simmons at Brown created a kind of public stir, but also a kind of moral moment in which Brown's relationship to the history of slavery became a kind of inescapable question. And she handled this with extraordinary skill. And we've talked about this before, but left this real template for everyone who wanted to do this work, and how you sort of guide this, and how you do the difficult work of actually looking at something that's extraordinarily painful, very personal at times, and use it to do real community building and institution building, and make a better institution out of that moment, right? And so at Brown, you have that sort of extraordinary set of circumstances that produces this discussion. And then at Georgetown, at the other end, Georgetown is of all the colleges and universities established before 1800, it's the only one that maintains its religious identity. Right? And it's precisely that, in some ways, that has created this sort of moral stir, that has made the moral dimension of the 1838 sale, but also the long history of Jesuit slaveholding in Maryland, and the way in which the Jesuit plantations funded the entire institution. There's no tuition for the first 50 years or whatever, and it's precisely that religious dimension that has made the sort of moral problem of slaveholding on the campus inescapable. And one of the interesting things that's happened, and I think in some ways, both institutions deserve credit for helping us to return that dimension to the conversation. We're talking about a historical problem that has all sorts of moral consequences to it. Right? They're very real, they're very immediate. They affect the way that we think about our own positions and our own histories, our places on these campuses, and the extent to which we take ownership of and feel part of the very institutions that we have histories with. And so I think for me, it's not so much surprising, but it is sort of something that I've been really taken by, is that it has really required a very long discussion, a lot of protest, a lot of what I've been calling grassroots activism. Sven and faculty who just started teaching classes and on Harvard and slavery and Columbia and slavery. It required an extraordinary amount of work to get us to a moment where we can actually talk not about the history of colleges and slavery, but actually admit that there's a moral dimension to it, that it actually brings real responsibilities, and that moral dimension does not give us permission to escape the problem. It actually gives us a greater burden to actually address that problem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I am fascinated. When I think about 2003, and now we're in 2017, and I am curious about the why now. Why is it that just in the last couple of years, though, really, we've seen this real ferment of activism? Why is the topic of slavery and the universities so compelling now, and not maybe 10 years ago or 20 years ago? Why? Let's reflect upon that a bit. Sure. in conversation.
Let me offer a cynical answer. I mean, one of the things when, so the Reparations Coordinating Committee, I remember, published an op-ed in the New York Times identifying Harvard, Yale, and Brown as probable targets of lawsuits. And there were a series of class action suits against Aetna, Fleet Bank, you might remember the CSX Railroad and others. And I think it was in that context that most universities just wanted the problem to go away, right? It was not only awkward and embarrassing, but there was a fear that if you said a word about this, that you were about to get hit with a subpoena and a lawsuit, right? I mean, when we started the work at Brown, we talked about this, that we had to be prepared for the fact that everything we were talking about, we were likely to be subpoenaed to disclose. And the fact that those cases, when they were heard in federal court in Northern Illinois and dismissed, statute of limitations grounds, failure to establish standing, political questions doctrine, a bunch of dismissals, is pretty overwhelming legal defeat, took the immediate threat of litigation away, and it made it easier. So that's just one cynical one. It's like universities can take this on without the fear that the next day they're going to get hit by a lawsuit. So I don't normally think about it. I don't think that's an overwhelming part of it, but it certainly is part of it. It's safer now. And it's also safer now simply because the more institutions have done it, the less controversial it becomes.
And even after that, there's no upside to doing it. for much of that history, right? There's no positive reason. It doesn't bring anything, benefits and all sorts of things. And it might well actually stand in the way of something else. I would give a different, or just add something to that. I really think also the audience changed. Right. In the past 20 years, the audience for the discussion of slavery has changed in the United States and actually in the West. You know, if you think about this sort of European anniversaries of the end of the slave trade and both the scale of those and the audience for them, I think around the world, the audience for the subject of slavery is shifting. In the United States, it's shifted on our campuses. It shifted. You know, what was perhaps in the 1970s, when you go through the first big process of both co-education but also the racial integration of these campuses, what might have been an issue for small groups of black students to organize around at Dartmouth after 1969, its 200th anniversary, when it recommits to Native American education, one of the consequences of that is the anti-Indian art that saturated the visual culture of the campus. You know, graphic, obscene images of Native people that was deeply rooted in the sort of really the 20th century history of Dartmouth. Is invented largely in the 20th century, that there's a conflict between Native students, the commitment to Native students, and that visual culture. And so the campus has to go through a process of kind of reconstructing itself to accommodate the change that happened. And I think that, you know, what might have, and the people pushing that conversation at Dartmouth at the time are the incoming class of Native American students. Right? They're the ones writing the letters to the school newspaper. They're the ones protesting in the president's office. They're carrying the burden of actually rescuing the college from its history. And, you know, but I think now that audience has changed. There's not a lot of reason for us to assume that there are lots of students in the majority population who want to sit in front of stained glass windows of happy slaves picking cotton, and embrace that as a part of their educational experience. And you know, among the alumni, among our trustees, and then you know, I also want to give credit to the surrounding communities around our campuses who've put extraordinary pressure on us. You know, the Black New Haven has organized around, you know, the Calhoun College controversy and some of the other sort of controversies on campus. And so I actually think the landscape has changed for us a bit, so that it's a much harder issue to escape increasingly. Yeah.
I would just add that I think that part of it has to do with having more of a critical mass of students and faculty of color on campuses who can push for these sorts of acts of recognition. I just think that's a big part of it. Obviously, I mean, at Georgetown, it was a combination of national and local politics, making this sort of an opportune time to investigate this history. There's also sort of a weight of scholarship, a critical mass of scholarship, like Craig's book, which I know our university president had read before he initiated the working group. Scholarship that helps to inform these sorts of investigations, the models of other universities that make it more plausible to do this sort of work. And I'll just throw, this is not a huge bit, but I think technology has something to do with it. We can communicate with each other, we can tell these stories using new digital tools that weren't available to us 10 years ago, and I think that's made a difference as well. It's made a big difference in our ability to publicize the stories, to publicize the stories that we're discovering or perhaps that we already knew.
You know, one of the things I was thinking about from all of you, and it's something you said, but it does need, I think, more explicit discussion. The people who are outside of the university, you know, for people who have tried to register for this, we had so many people who wanted to participate in this audience and weren't able to, but many of those people were not academics. You know, many of these people are from the surrounding communities. And I'm just wondering, how does that surrounding community factor into projects such as these?
I mean, one of the interesting things about the geography of elite higher education in the United States is these venerable institutions tend to be established in northeastern or East Coast cities that in the aftermath of kind of 20th century deindustrialization tend to have very high black populations, often black populations living in great poverty, that are sitting right next to these campuses. That's certainly the case at Penn. It's the case, I guess Princeton would be an exception, but it's certainly the case at Brown. It's the case in various ways here. Columbia, certainly. And so I think one of the really interesting questions is how you address this. The most creative response of which I'm aware so far is the University of Virginia, which actually has used the President's Commission on Slavery there to actually, it has representation of the surrounding community, and it has worked very carefully. I mean, Kirk Van Ducke is here, so he can perhaps speak to this, but worked very thoughtfully to use this as an occasion not only for UVA to come to terms with its own history, but to repair a relationship with a black community that is, in many cases, descended of the enslaved people who once worked on the campus and who have then continued to labor on the campus for generations. So I think that question about renegotiating using these moments as opportunities to interrogate and renegotiate these institutions' relationships with the surrounding communities of color around them, I think that's actually a really interesting part of the work.
I think at Georgetown, we've discovered multiple audiences and publics who are interested in the history of our university and its connection to slavery. And I think at the beginning of the formation of the working group, we were quite insular. It was really about the university community and different constituents at the university sort of relating to each other around this history. But I think over the course of time, we've really been stretched beyond the walls of the campus to multiple publics and audiences. My colleague, Professor Maurice Jackson, is here. Professor Jackson has been involved in a project for a long time that produced a book called Black Georgetown Remembered. Georgetown used to be a heavily African-American neighborhood as late as the mid-20th century, and it basically got gentrified, and the black community of Georgetown was moved out or forced out. But they come back for events around Black Georgetown Remembered and still have a stake in the neighborhood and institutions that exist there. And they're interested in this history, the Catholic community in the greater Washington area. This is also their history, white and black Catholics beyond the university. So they're interested. Of course, we've seen the formation of essentially the descendant community out of the genealogical research and organization by descendants themselves, and that's another public and audience that's engaging in different ways. So I think as those of us who are scholars here, you really have to be aware that there are all these people out there who could be really interested in what you're doing if you just find the right language, the right stories, and listen to them. So it's really exciting, actually.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I'll just say very briefly, I think one of the things that I suspect a lot of people were worried about when these conversations started was that the study of and the publishing of the history of these institutions' relationship to slavery would somehow tarnish our gates. And in fact, actually what happened is it opened them, right? That the real consequence has been that we've begun to see, in fact, surrounding communities feel really empowered to make claims upon the institutions and to really be involved in the decision-making that happens. Now, that has all sorts of consequences to it because, we can talk about history, but our present isn't that great. We're not necessarily good neighbors now. And so there are consequences to that, but I love the fact that one of the consequences of what we've been doing, of what all of these different sort of movements on campuses have done, is it's made people feel like they have a much greater stake in the institutions themselves, and certainly a right to be heard in institutions that are supposed to be serving in the public interest, and they've now defined themselves as that public. And I think that's a great consequence. It's a great opportunity for us. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we're going to open up now to questions and answers. And here are the questions. So from Agassiz, we have not been successful at telling the stories we know are true. The people who arguably need most to understand these stories and don't yet are some of the most resistant to listening. How can we break through, not just leading them to the water, but making them drink, or put it this way as it's written, making drinking more attractive? Who would like to take that?
What's your quote?
Yeah, okay. Well, one thing is, one strategy to get people to think about something they're not really willing to think about is just to connect it to where they are, where they live, where they study, where they teach. So that's what I think that's something we've all been finding as we do this research at our own universities. When you tell students that you would not be sitting in this Georgetown classroom if it were not for the history of slavery, it's more real. It's less abstract. It's closer to home. It's not so remote. And you might not convince them, and they might still resist, but they at least have to confront the fact in a new way. So that's part of it. You're not going to convince everyone, but you might get more people to listen a little more closely.
Okay, now here's actually the most popular question, or the most, I guess, the highest number of people have asked this question. What will Harvard and other universities do? Now, you can't answer for Harvard, but what will other universities do specifically to redress ways that they have benefited from their own institutional racism? Would institutions take the idea of reparations seriously?
Think they do reparations?
Yes, in other words, that these universities have all in them, obviously racist stories, and even institutional, when we talked about the medical school, for example, and that kind of issue that happened in the past. So would these institutions take the idea of reparations seriously?
Yeah, I think that, look, the Brown Report includes a set of recommendations, and part of it seemed to us that it would be rather incoherent for us to do this investigation, to disclose all of this and say, well, glad the work's done. There has to be some act in the present some response to what you now know about your institution's history. And so, in some ways, that consumed as much of our attention as the historical research did in trying to think through what would be meaningful. I think our guiding principle was that Brown was a university, and that whatever remedies we proposed should be commensurate with Brown's nature as a university. Rhode Islanders made a huge fortune, much of which flowed into Brown through the West Indian provisioning trade, actually providing salt cod, which became the staple diet of enslaved people in Jamaica. Well, there's a lot of heart disease in Jamaica as a result of the diet that people have. So, should Brown give everybody in Jamaica a heart transplant? No, because that's not what we do, right? So for us, we thought really very carefully that whatever actions we took should be in keeping with our fundamental nature, which is to produce knowledge, to disseminate knowledge, to deploy that knowledge in ways that creates a better, more just world. And so our recommendations kind of flowed from that premise. So it included some comments and recommendations related to endowment policy, gift policy. It did not include, we debated this, scholarships. One of the things that we decided, and this is true at Harvard as well, Brown was a need-blind, need-based institution, so that everyone who was admitted had the ability to receive financial aid to make it possible for them to come, and that Brown didn't have a policy, as Harvard and others don't, of any kind of scholarships that are tagged to particular categories of people, be that a football player or whatever else it might be. And we actually decided that that was right, that that's where it should be, but that Brown could act much more aggressively in diversifying its classes, that Brown could also provide financial aid for students from Africa and the West Indies who at that point were not eligible for need-blind admission. We also thought a great deal about our relationship with the surrounding community. And so one of the several of the recommendations were just in the spirit of making the resources of Brown available more broadly. So we provided curricula for local schools. Students who wish to teach in the Providence public schools get free scholarships to come and do master's degrees in teaching at Brown. Ruth Simmons devised something which I thought was really quite creative and I had thought might be emulated, that Brown raises funds now as part of its endowment and manages funds that can be designated as a trust fund for the children of Providence. And so Brown people can make donations, and it will be to facilitate educational programs for the children of Providence. And that those funds will be managed and that endowment will be managed as part of Brown's regular endowment. So I thought that was a really creative device. At the end of the day, apropos of the conversation we heard this morning, nothing you do in the present even approaches the significance and scale and scope of the crime. That doesn't mean we can't do anything.
Anybody else want to tackle that one?
I know there's something of a debate about whether or not what Georgetown has proposed and done constitutes reparations or not. It sort of depends what you think of as reparations, whether you have sort of a broad idea of reparations, that gestures of reconciliation are a form of reparations or not. One of the most sort of tangible and discussed consequences of the discussion at Georgetown was the provision basically saying that that descendants will receive legacy status, something like legacy status for purposes of admission. So they'll be treated the same as the children of alumni. And that is, gets towards a kind of reparationist kind of policy. But it's pretty modest at best. And some of the descendants themselves have been saying, well, what about people who don't want to go to Georgetown? What about people who can't get into Georgetown? Doesn't Georgetown have some kind of moral responsibility to, help subsidize and pay for the education of those folks? So I'm sort of tempted to ask for a show of hands. How many people think that'd be a good idea? But I'm not going to do that.
It might be good. It might be good to ask because can I just say that someone else has asked very specifically about what have the Jesuits done for the descendants? And then the second question to that was, well, are they in need? I guess the descendants. If you do something for somebody, do you address their specific needs or do you address something else? So what has Georgetown done was the question. So you can continue.
All right, how many people in the room think that Georgetown should subsidize tuition for descendants who attend other schools than Georgetown? Let me see your hands. At least. Okay, yeah.
Well, the majority has it.
Yeah, all right, done.
Call DC.
Yeah, they're going to call me. No, yes, this is one of the reasons why I say that the recommendations of the working group and the policies that have been enacted to date are really a beginning. I think we've opened up a conversation where this sort of discussion is now possible, perhaps. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know if Georgetown will ever, or the Jesuit order will ever make that additional commitment. I just don't know. I think it's basically a matter of politics. People fighting for it and seeing what will happen. there's a difference between, today the Georgetown University is separate from the Jesuit order organizationally and all of that. So there are sort of separate questions about what Georgetown is doing as a university and what the Jesuit order is doing. I'm not speaking for either institution, but I do think that the question of Jesuit responsibility is a really important and interesting one. It's not just the Jesuits, though. Maybe next year we can have a conference called Religion and Slavery, and look at all of the religious institutions like the Jesuits who are deeply implicated in the slave economies. And of course, as Greg has shown, so many of these universities began as religious institutions. So the question of religion and slavery is intimately tied to the question of universities and slavery. But it's just another area of American life that is rooted in the history of slavery in ways that most of us do not even know the extent of.
Okay, here's another question. This morning, Ta-Nehisi Coates warned against self-congratulation. How can we guard against that danger and still do real work, but not allow ourselves to think we are better? And I'm assuming by allow ourselves to think we are better in the sense that, well, we have addressed this issue and now we have finished our work. Can you speak to that issue of self-congratulation or the fear of doing that?
I think one of the concerns for a lot of the people who are involved in these struggles and on campuses is what happens, right? What happens with their work? And the universities that have produced reports, the universities and conferences, right? If you use the report or the conference as the punctuation mark of your relationship, your engagement with and embrace of your history with slavery, then by definition, in fact, there's going to be a large audience of disappointed people, and there's going to be a lot of self-congratulatory behavior, right? Because you have a kind of spectacular moment, and then you move on. And so I think one of the things that we have to really think about at all times is how we start to institutionalize what we're learning and what we're investigating at our universities and put into practice real policy and ways of thinking about how we will actually use this history to transform ourselves. And in the first question that you had asked me, which I kind of didn't answer, which was about the naming practices on these campuses. Well, really, in many ways, I'm not that interested in what happens to most names of buildings and structures and things. I think there are egregious examples that just need to be changed because they're outrageous. There are a lot that are actually what we might refer to as academic sort of teachable moments, things that we can really use to talk about our history and to get the public engaged with that history. But there's also, I think one of the things we can do is we can actually start to take an honest look at our own traditions and our own internal cultures. In the way that we actually sort of use history and tradition, we sort of weaponize those terms to shut down conversations from students of color, communities of color, and often white women who make demands upon our institutions. Our traditions tend to be extraordinarily unstable. We change things all the time. Right? We're sitting in a complex, that has been transformed by coeducation. Coeducation at Dartmouth brought a change to the alma mater, to the song. Right? Men of Dartmouth doesn't work anymore. They changed the whole curriculum. Right? In order to keep the number of men while increasing the number of women, you go to the quarter system. We made radical changes to the curriculum. We made radical changes to our campuses. Yale tried to buy Vassar, right, as its way to coeducation, attempted to just sort of get Vassar to move to New Haven and solve its problems that way. And when that didn't work, it created a 12-college consortium so that they could share students and actually experiment in coeducation in the late 1960s, right? Williams did something that, today would seem outrageous. In order to go co-ed, they got rid of the entire fraternity system. right? So that we know for a fact that a lot of our traditions have been extraordinarily unstable over time. And one of the most unstable things on our campuses have been building names.
Well, can I ask
which
this
only
because-
become sacred when people complain.
No, this is a really good point, and I have a question from a Yale student who is glad to live in Hopper College rather than Calhoun College, but, and this is an important question that's being asked here, does renaming just let universities off the hook too easily?
Well, it depends on what they do. Right, you have to actually memorialize the renaming. Or the renaming doesn't erase history because the name change actually becomes part of the history of the building. Right. And if we're on it, and history is a record of change, right? History assumes change. And so you're not erasing history at all. You're actually you're in the process of creating history. And part of our obligation, if we're going to be honest about these conflicts and these moments, is we have to historicize the name change. With Georgetown, it certainly wasn't good enough just to take the names of two Jesuits who negotiated the 1838 sale off the buildings. That doesn't do a lot at all except sort of hide the embarrassment of that one moment. The real test of character comes when one actually renames the building and then memorializes the reason for the change, the ground shift in the way that you think about your past, the way that you use your past on campus, and the way that you actually deploy the past in presenting yourself to the public. I think the big challenge for us today is not so much that our students are making demands or their communities outside making demands. The big challenge is really, what is the obligation of 21st century universities with global influence whose reputations and status depend upon maintaining diverse communities of students and scholars? What is the public presentation that we want? And that's the conversation that we need to start having. And it's one that really, I think, that's where we need to start incorporating history into our policy making.
You know, I just on that, I mean, I've become, partly as a result of getting involved in the enterprise at Brown, increasingly less a historian in the first sense of investigating history one, what actually happened, and increasingly a historian of memory, or somebody who is interested in that other sense we use the term history of the stories that people tell. And there's a relationship between those two things, but it's not a very tidy one. And I've become persuaded that almost every time a human being makes a political claim in the present, they are implicitly or explicitly making a claim about the past, and vice versa. And so that when we alter the stories that we tell about our past as a society or as institutions, we alter the matrix of political possibility in the present. And we've seen, I mean, there was a reference earlier today to kind of Gone with the Wind. Just a little footnote for you. Everybody knows that Roots, when it was broadcast, was the most watched television show in American history at the time. What most people don't know was it was over 2 nights rebroadcast of Gone with the Wind 4 years before that it displaced. And we've seen the kind of damage that the romancing of slavery and the effacing of the essential violence and plundering, to use this morning's word, of the Jim Crow regime, the implications that had in massive resistance in the South and so forth. So we've seen the ways in which bad or incomplete or distorted histories create political impulses in our present that are unnerving, dangerous, hurtful, damaging. And I think we're living through such a moment now, to be sure. So, you know, part of the faith of this is that if you alter you transform what people understand about their history, you also create new political possibilities in the present. But it doesn't happen automatically, right? What it does is it just changes the terrain of political struggle. But you still have to do the work. And if anybody thinks, you know, that, okay, we changed the name of John C. Calhoun, or we published our report, or, you know, we apologized 2 weeks ago, our work is done, then they're just delusional, right? Well, you know, the struggle never goes away.
Can I say one thing about the self-congratulations idea? I think if you really appreciate this history in the right way, it teaches humility rather than self-congratulations. Has anybody here heard of this musical Hamilton? No. So George Washington sings.
Tell
a
us
song.
about it.
He says the lyric is, "History has its eyes on you." history has its eyes on you. So I think one of the lessons here is, so we are now judging and condemning these institutions for their participation in slavery 150 years ago. 150 years from now, what will we be judged for? What will historians 150 years from now say about universities' sort of complicity in the production of knowledge that supports war, mass incarceration, and poverty? What will they say about that? So that's the thing that haunts me as the sort of core lesson of this history, and it is an antidote to self-congratulations.
Yeah. And can I just add? Oh, I'm sorry.
This is absolutely critical. Is that the great danger of these kinds of enterprises is that we can point our hands, or point a finger accusingly at somebody in our past, and in the process congratulate ourselves on our own superior moral wisdom. And I just echo what Adam said. For me, there's this kind of moment of reflection of that, people are going to ask the same question of us in the future. And part of what you want to do through these exercises is, in investigating the boundaries of moral imagination of people in the past, that's an invitation to investigate the moral and political boundaries of your own imagination in the present. That's what these things are for.
And I was just going to add, I think they allow us to create the constituencies for different kinds of conversations on campus. So for instance, engaging with the history of slavery and the slave trade doesn't actually negate or block our ability to talk about Native American history on our campuses and the ways in which that's actually built into the landscape of our campuses, the built environment of our campuses. That it doesn't negate our ability to talk about contemporary problems of universities and society. Well, in other words, we often, in fact, use history or other histories and put them in competition so that we can pretend we're not capable of a kind of moral multitasking. And we are.
Yeah.
We are, yes. Now, this is an interesting question for you, Professor Rothman, and many people don't know this. I happen to know this, but President Healy was a person of African descent, and he was, in fact, there were two of them, the brothers, actually, this person, Patrick, and what was the other one's name? James, I think?
James.
Yes.
There's a few.
Yes. Well, so he was the president of Georgetown, a person of African descent. It's always been a question, and the person wants to know, do people at Georgetown know that part of their history? Or is that even identified? In the Washington area, all the people in Washington, and I'm from Washington, that story is told and retold. And even during the day, there's a big debate, well, was he just passing? And then they'll say, well, no, he wasn't passing because in that period, what was it, late 19?
It was late 1870s and 1880s.
Yeah, 1870s, yeah. He's speaking in the black community. And then they say, so they discover it, and that's why he lost his position. But then there's some people that have other stories. So do they talk about Healy?
At Georgetown?
Yes.
Incessantly. It's my birthday today, and that was a gift.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Because I get to talk about Patrick Healy, one of the most fascinating characters in Georgetown's history. So Patrick Healy was born a slave. His mother was an enslaved woman in Georgia. His father was an Irish immigrant cotton planter. Patrick Healy's parents lived together. It appears in almost like a common law. It would have been illegal for them to be married, but they lived together for years in a kind of common law marriage. The father recognized the paternity of his children. He sent them to Northern Catholic schools.
There's even a daughter.
There's a daughter. So Patrick Healy becomes a Jesuit and becomes president of Georgetown. One of his brothers becomes the Bishop of Maine. A sister becomes the prioress of a convent in Montreal. And the black sheep of the family goes out and becomes a Coast Guard captain in Alaska. But so it's a fascinating family. And basically, they're very light-skinned. Patrick Healy essentially passes for white. Most people in Washington, the Jesuits know his heritage. his background, but most other people don't. And if they did, he would never have become president of Georgetown. It wasn't until the 1950s that historians sort of began to unearth his ancestry. And then in the 1960s, Georgetown begins to celebrate Healy as the first African-American president of a major white university, even though nobody knew it at the time. So it's a very complex. So now we're trying to tell a bit more of a complicated and nuanced story about Healy. But I think it's also important to recognize that as the story is told about Healy being the first African American president at Georgetown, what's not usually told as part of that story is the fact that Georgetown did not admit its first African American student until 1950. So I think that juxtaposition is an interesting one to think about.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this terrific discussion. We're now going to take a short lunch break. Feel free to walk into Harvard Square, and there are many restaurants for you to get some food. And we will reassemble here at 1:15. See you then.
Hello and welcome to the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Study at Harvard University. At this time, we ask you to note the clearly marked exits at the front and back of the Knaufel Center. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please use these doors to exit. We ask that you please take a moment to mute all electronic devices. For information about the Radcliffe Institute and its many public programs, please go to radcliffe.harvard.edu. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch. And we are ready to continue with our program. I'd like to invite Vincent Brown to the podium, and he will introduce our wonderful poet for the day. Vincent Brown is a professor of African American Studies and of History at Harvard University. He's also the director of the History Design Studio at Harvard, and he writes and teaches on the African diaspora. Vincent.
Thank you, Evelyn, for that. And thanks, too, to President Faust and to Dean Cohen and everyone at Radcliffe who helped make this possible, this very timely and I think important symposium. Thanks, too, for inviting me to introduce the brilliant poet, Natasha Trethewey, this afternoon. We've been gathered to consider how we live with the past so that we can better envision our future. We cannot undo what has been done, but we must remember it all, putting our recollections together in ways that allow us to live our values and to enact them for common benefit. Now, I'm not a poet, and nor am I particularly poetic, but as a historian, I'm humbled by the way Natasha Trethewey engages so deeply with history. And I'm intrigued by the differences in the ways poets and historians work with the past. Historians tend to follow chronological genre rules. We like timelines that move our stories and arguments along direct pathways. We hold on to the arrow of time, pulled along its fateful trajectory toward what we hope is the truth. Who owned slaves? What work did they do? How much profit did they yield for their exploiters? How did legacies of privilege and loss accumulate between then and now? Now, Professor Trethewey would probably be too polite to say it, but in some ways the chronological vectors employed by historians run parallel to the typological classifications of racial thinking. We mark clear distinctions where there are only overlaps, intersections, and blurs. A thing happened in this place on this day in this year, and we can tell you how it changed into that thing on another day years later. But of course, this isn't generally the way people experience the past, any more than it is the way they experience belonging and connection. Instead, most people look backward, leap forward, or enter fugue states where we can be every win at once. I am a slave. I suffer those lacerations. I endure the humiliations. I continue to service a debt for credit I never received. This kind of experience isn't easily represented within chronology. Temporal life makes a more aesthetic and poetic claim to the truth. So rather than showing how to write history, poets teach us how to live with history. And in this, Natasha Trethewey is a marvelous guide. She leads us into history as participants, drawing us close to the past, its aspirations, predicaments, and struggles. Alongside her, perhaps we can see that better future. Her work certainly shows it to me. So please join me in welcoming the former 19th Poet Laureate of the United States of America and former Radcliffe Fellow, Emory University's Robert W. Woodruff Professor of English and Creative Writing, and soon to be professor at Northwestern University because she says she likes the cold, Natasha Trethewey.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am honored and delighted to be at this wonderful conference. I'm going to read a poem very much about historical memory and historical erasure, what gets told, recorded, passed down, who does the telling and recording, and what's left out of our national memory about slavery, the Civil War, and the aftermath in which we are now living. This is the imagined journal of a former slave who was enlisted in the Union Army. The first regiments of the Louisiana Native Guards were mustered into service in September, October, and November of 1862, and the second and third made up of men who had been slaves only a few months before enlisting. During the war, the fort at Ship Island, Mississippi, called Fort Massachusetts, right across from my hometown, Gulfport, Mississippi, they served as guards to Confederate soldiers, military convicts, and prisoners of war. One of the men on the island, an officer, Francis Dumas, the son of a white Creole father and a mulatto mother who had inherited slaves when his father died. And although Louisiana law prohibited him from manumitting those slaves, after the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, he freed his slaves and encouraged those men of age to join the Native Guards. The poem begins with an epigraph from Frederick Douglass that reads, "If this war is to be forgotten, I ask in the name of all things sacred, what shall men remember?" Native Guard, November 1862. Truth be told, I do not want to forget anything of my former life. The landscape's song of bondage, dirge in the river's throat where it churns into the gulf, wind in trees choked with vines. I thought to carry with me want of freedom, though I had been freed, remembrance, not constant recollection. Yes, I was born a slave at harvest time in the parish of Ascension. I've reached 33 with history of one younger inscribed upon my back. I now use ink to keep record, a closed book, not the lure of memory, flawed, changeful, that dulls the lash for the master, sharpens it for the slave. December 1862. For the slave, having a master sharpens the bend into work, the way the sergeant moves us now to perfect battalion drill, dress parade. Still, we're called supply units, not infantry, and so we dig trenches, haul burdens for the army no less heavy than before. I heard the colonel call it nigger work. Half rations make our work familiar still. We take those things we need from the Confederates' abandoned homes. Salt, sugar, even this journal, near full with someone else's words, overlapped now, cross-hatched beneath mine, on every page, his story intersecting with my own. January 1863. Oh, how history intersects, my own birth upon a ship called the Northern Star, and I'm delivered into a new life. Fort Massachusetts, a great irony, both path and destination of freedom I'd not dared to travel. Here, now, I walk ankle deep in sand, fly-bitten, nearly smothered by heat, and yet I can look out upon the Gulf and see the surf breaking, tossing the ships, the great gunboats bobbing on the water. And are we not the same? Slaves in the hands of the master, destiny, night sky red with the promise of fortune, dawn pink as new flesh, healing, unfettered. January 1863. Today, dawn red is warning. Unfettered supplies stacked on the beach at our landing, washed away in the storm that rose too fast, caught us unprepared. Later, as we worked, I joined in the low singing someone raised to pace us and felt a bond in labor I had not known. It was then a dark man removed his shirt, revealed the scars cross-hatched like the lines in this journal on his back. It was he who remarked at how the ropes cracked like whips on the sand, made us take note of the wild dance of a tent loosed by wind. We watched and learned. Like any shrewd master, we know now to tie down what we will keep. February 1863. We know it is our duty now to keep white men as prisoners, rebel soldiers, would-be masters. We're all bondsmen here, each to the other. Freedom has gotten them captivity, for us a conscription we have chosen, jailers to those who still would have us slaves. They are cautious, dreading the sight of us. Some neither read nor write, are laid too low and have few words to send, but those I give them. Still, they are wary of a Negro writing, taking down letters. X binds them to the page, a mute symbol like the cross on a grave. I suspect they fear I'll listen, put something else down in ink. March 1863. I listen, put down in ink what I know they labor to say between silences too big for words. Worry for beloveds, my dearest, how are you getting along? What has become of their small plots of land? Did you harvest enough food to put by? They long for the comfort of former lives. I see you as you were, waving goodbye. Some send photographs, a likeness in case the body can't return. Others dictate harsh facts of this war. The hot air carries the stench of limbs, rotten in the bone pit. Flies swarm, a black cloud. We hunger, grow weak. When men die, we eat their share of hardtack. April 1863. When men die, we eat their share of hardtack, trying not to recall their hollow sockets, the worm stitch of their cheeks. Today, we buried the last of our dead from Pascagoula and those who died retreating to our ship, white sailors in blue firing upon us as if we were the enemy. I'd thought the fighting over, then watched a man fall beside me, knees first as in prayer, then another, his arms outstretched as if borne upon the cross. Smoke that rose from each gun seemed a soul departing. The colonel said, an unfortunate incident, said, their name shall deck the page of history. June 1863. Some name shall deck the page of history as it is written on stone. Some will not. Yesterday, word came of colored troops dead on the battlefield at Port Hudson, how General Banks was heard to say, I have no dead there, and left them unclaimed. Last night, I dreamt their eyes still open, dim, clouded as the eyes of fish washed ashore, yet fixed, staring back at me. Still more come today, eager to enlist. Their bodies, haggard faces, gaunt limbs, bring news of the mainland. Starved, they suffer like our prisoners. Dying, they plead for what we do not have to give. Death makes equals of us all, a fair master. August 1864. Dumas was a fair master to us all. He taught me to read and write. I was a man servant, if not a man. At my work, I studied natural things, all manner of plants, birds I draw now in my book, wren, willet, egret, loon. Tending the gardens, I thought only to study live things, thought never to know so much about the dead. Now I tend Ship Island graves, mounds like dunes that shift and disappear. I record names, send home simple notes, not much more than how and when, an official duty. I'm told it's best to spare most detail, but I know there are things which must be accounted for. 1865. These are things which must be accounted for. Slaughter under the white flag of surrender, black massacre at Fort Pillow, our new name, the Corps d'Afrique, words that take the native from our claim, mossbacks and freedmen, exiles in their own homeland, the disease, the maimed, every lost limb and what remains, phantom ache, memory haunting an empty sleeve, the hog eaten at Gettysburg, unmarked in their graves, all the dead letters, unanswered, untold stories of those that time will render mute. Beneath battlefields, green again, the dead molder, a scaffolding of bone we tread upon, forgetting, truth be told. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha Trethewey, for a simply beautiful and powerful poem. Just so very powerful. I'd like to introduce now our second panel. We will begin our second panel, and this is Harvard and slavery. Annette Gordon-Reed will be the moderator for that panel. Annette Gordon-Reed is the Charles Warren Professor of American Legal History at Harvard Law School and Professor of History at Harvard. And she won the 2009 Pulitzer Prize and many, many prizes for her book, The Hemingses of Monticello. Annette.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. I also would like to say that I was for 5 years the Carol K. Fortsheimer Radcliffe Professor. The term ended last year, and I had to come back to earth, into the real world, and actually do some work. So I'm very, very happy to be here under the auspices of Radcliffe. I'm going to introduce our panelists, distinguished panelists, in order of their presentation. Sven Beckert is the Laird Bell Professor of History at Harvard University and an author of the much-acclaimed book on Slavery and Capitalism, Empire of Cotton, A Global History. Sven has been interested in slavery at Harvard for a number of years and did a research project with students called the Harvard Research Project, Slavery Project. Then we will have Alexandra Rahman, who was a student of Sven's, who did her thesis on slavery and was involved in the Harvard and Slavery Research Project. Dan Coquelet, who is from Boston College and is also now the Charles Warren Visiting Professor of American Legal History at the law school, Harvard Law School. Among other things, Dan is a specialist on the royal family, whose contribution was the seed money for the creation of the Harvard Law School. And finally, we'll have Julian Bonder, an award-winning architect who is active contributor to international debates on slavery, memory, architecture, and art and representation, and will talk to us about architecture and memory at the end of the presentation. So to give you some ground rules, each presenter will speak for about 15 minutes. We will then take a time afterwards to have a conversation among ourselves, but we really want to get questions from you all. You know from the beginning that you write your questions. I will take questions from all of the various audiences here in the overflow room. If you're on Twitter, social media, write your questions and I'll try to get those in as well. So that's the order of the day. So we'll start with Sven.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Annette. It's great to be here. Good afternoon. I'm delighted that so many of you decided to come out here today to join us. And I'm especially delighted at the enormous response that this conference has generated, which I think very much speaks to the urgency of the issues that we're debating here, and perhaps also as a hopeful sign that we're able to confront our histories in new ways. When we've shown ability and willingness to face the darkest moments of our history, I become more hopeful about our future, a future that needs to rest on a full and truthful accounting of our past. I'm personally very much moved by the turnout here today and by the interest that you all have been taking in these matters, not least because the engagement with this history here at Harvard began as a decisively low-key affair. 10 years ago, in 2007, I sat in a small seminar room in the Yard with a very small group of undergraduate students, exactly 4 of them, who had signed up for a seminar taught by a professor who did not know more about the topic of the course than they did. I had been inspired to offer that Harvard and Slavery seminar by President Ruth Simmons' path-breaking work at Brown University, and I was also inspired by my upbringing in Germany, which had taught me that almost anywhere some dark history lurks. It was these students that the work to excavate, it was these students who began the work to excavate the historical connections between Harvard and slavery. And in a very real sense, it is they who have enabled us to meet here today. And I very much want to thank them again for all of their work, and some of them are here right now. So. In the past few hours, we have heard moving testimony about the legacy of slavery at American universities. We've heard about colleges buying and selling enslaved workers, about students bringing their enslaved servants to their campuses, about presidents, faculties, alumni, and donors of these institutions as slaveholders, about how enslaved construction workers built the physical infrastructure of various universities, and how the huge stream of money derived from the slave economy infused institutions of higher learning and enabled them, among other things, to train an elite that legitimated notions of racial difference and enslavement and enforced the institutions that had enabled them. A little more than 260 years ago, it were 3 Harvard University-trained judges who convicted Phyllis, an enslaved worker accused of killing her master, to be burned at the stake just a few hundred yards away from where we are meeting right now. This story and many others are moving, and they are disturbing. We can see that some of our most esteemed educational institutions are also the product of some of the most horrific violence that has ever descended upon any group of people. Yes, we did know that much of the wealth of the American South had been built upon slavery, that its roads, its canals, its plantations, and its cities were the result of the exploitation of millions of African Americans. But today at this conference, we learned that the centers of higher learning, of debate, of the great humanistic traditions of the Western world, of our cherished Enlightenment traditions, were also built, at least partly, upon the violence of the slave trader, the Middle Passage, the auction block, and the whip. We are rightly disturbed by these histories. But if we sit back and think about the broader context, we should not be too surprised that slavery was central to the institutions of higher education as they emerged in North America. After all, for several centuries, North America was part of the great belt of slave plantation economies that stretched from South America through the Caribbean all the way to the borders of New Jersey. Yet here in Boston and here at Harvard, the story of slavery that has been told for all too long is different. New England is hailed in the national memory as a place of freedom, a place where religious dissenters settled on the stony soils of New England to create a new world of liberty and freedom. And thus, if we look at the history of the institutions of higher learning, including the history of Harvard, we have told this history, and they have told these histories about themselves as exactly this story, as a story of the expansion of human freedom, or at least they have done so until recently. When I first embarked upon the project of trying to understand the historical relationship between Harvard University and slavery with my students, the literature on the history of Harvard was almost silent on the question of slavery. And when the students began to uncover a different history, they and others who listened to them were surprised. Yet in retrospect, it seems that the only thing that should surprise us was our surprise, and that it took us so long for us to allow ourselves to be surprised by that history. After all, a whole range of studies, many of them quite old, had argued for the continental reach and importance of slavery. People such as Eric Williams and W.E.B. Du Bois and Ronald Bailey, among many others, had powerfully argued for the nationwide or even global reach of slavery, and it would have been unlikely that the oldest university in North America would not in some ways be also involved in that story of slavery as well. In dusty archival records, countless published volumes in the libraries, and by careful study of Harvard's oldest buildings and neighboring colonial graveyards, students uncovered many links between Harvard and slavery. They chronicled how Harvard presidents brought enslaved workers to live with them on campus. They analyzed how significant gifts to the university were drawn from the exploitation of slave labor. They found evidence for some of Harvard's endowment invested in merchant voyages related to the slave economy. They showed how Harvard's administration favored the suppression of public debates on slavery, fearing a backlash from the local Boston elite. Harvard-trained judges condemned an enslaved woman, as we just heard, to be burned on the stake just a few hundred yards away from here. The students charted how the sons of Southern slave owners who returned after college to a lifetime of violent mastery over their workers mingled on campus with the sons of the Northern elites, forging networks that often lasted a lifetime. The students traced the history of an Antiguan planter who became a major funder of the Harvard Law School. More generally, the students show how the deep immersion of Boston's merchant community with the plantation economy of the Caribbean yielded resources for the university. They analyzed how Harvard acquired one of Cuba's largest sugar plantations, a plantation whose owner, Ed Atkins, provided resources for the university to draw on, and these resources were derived from the labor of his enslaved workers. And students were also able to show how the development of some of the most viciously racist ideas were spearheaded by the members of the Harvard faculty. Indeed, what the students found was that Harvard's connection to slavery extended beyond the abolition of slavery in Massachusetts in the 1780s, and it even extended beyond the abolition of slavery in the United States in 1865. In the process of doing this research, students have made a larger point. They have shown that the history of slavery is the history of the nation as a whole. Even in acknowledging the crimes of slavery, we have all too often settled into a seemingly comfortable fiction that slavery was a regional institution, confined by the 19th century to the states of the American South, with Northerners principally involved with slavery by bringing about its abolition. Slavery, in fact, appears as limited in scope, an unfortunate detour on the nation's march to modernity, and certainly not as one of the engines of America's economy. But as the students have shown, slavery was not a regional institution or a regional problem. Slavery was everywhere, in the merchant houses of Boston, the banks of New York, the factories of Rhode Island, and the universities throughout New England. Such recognition of the continent-spanning importance of slavery in turn also gives a much greater appreciation for those Americans who had the courage and the resolve to stand up against slavery, among them members of the Harvard community, and for those Americans who would die in battle during the Civil War to bring about emancipation, among them also members of the Harvard community. Recognizing the power of slavery, including the power of slavery at Harvard, does put into much sharper relief the courage and dedication of those, black and white, who fought against slavery. They stood against some of the most powerful interests of their own times. As historians and as members of this community, our first commitment is to uncovering the historical truth. Part of that truth is the deep entanglement of this institution with slavery and also with some of the racism, exploitation, and repression that descended upon African Americans after slavery. This history is inscribed in this institution, and it is also inscribed in the nation as a whole. The economic, cultural, ideological, and political legacy of slavery and its aftermath is with us today. It is not just history. It is our present. Slavery is our present. As members of this university and as members of our national community, we need to confront these histories. We cannot successfully move forward as a university, as a nation, or as citizens without acknowledging this history and making it important to the understanding of our present. And to be meaningful, that acknowledgement will have to have economic and political consequences. It cannot be purely symbolic or rhetorical. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much again for the introductions. My presentation today has two parts. First, I will quickly introduce myself and my association with the Harvard and Slavery Project. And second, I will take you through an example of some scholarship on Harvard and slavery, which is the findings of my senior thesis entitled Plantation University, Harvard Scientists at Soledad Plantation, Harvard Scientists at Soledad Plantation and Cuba's Transition from Slavery to Free Labor, 1880 to 1920. And as my presentation will go on, and looking at this thesis several years later, I realized 1920 is actually not a great time to cut this off. The connection actually extends much further than that. So, to start, my name is Alexa Rothman, and I'm currently a doctoral student at Harvard Business School, studying accounting, management, and corporate accountability. I got involved in this field when I took Professor Beckert's Harvard and Slavery Research Seminar when I was a freshman at Harvard College in 2009. I was interested in this class because I had heard of historians discovering other links between slavery and universities at our peer schools like Brown, and I was curious to see if we at Harvard had similar ties to the history of slavery that we simply didn't know about. My research focused on a research facility that Harvard maintained on a sugar plantation named Soledad in Cuba in the late 1800s to the mid-1900s. That facility, called the Harvard Botanic Station, was created by the two figures that you can see here on this slide. Edwin Atkins, to the left, was a prominent Boston businessman, West Indian sugar merchant, and slave owner who purchased Soledad Plantation in 1884. Oakes Ames, to the right, was a Harvard professor of botany. In the aftermath of Cuban slave emancipation in 1886, Atkins wished to apply the latest scientific knowledge in agricultural engineering to boost production at Soledad Plantation. In 1899, he collaborated with Professor Ames to develop the Harvard Botanic Station at Soledad to conduct research on sugarcane to support his business. This relationship, I argue in my thesis, would forge a profitable but problematic link between the history of Harvard and the history of Caribbean slavery. My thesis makes three main arguments. First, it contends that by accepting gifts from Edwin Atkins in the early 20th century, Harvard used wealth and land accumulated by slave labor as scholarly resources. This follows from evidence that Atkins's family wealth was dependent on the West Indian slave economy. Second, it argues that the social and business ties between Atkins and Harvard personnel resulted in significant financial donations to the institution, which drew on the Atkins family fortune. Lastly, and perhaps most important, it asserts that Edwin Atkins's construction of the Harvard Botanic Station at Soledad provided a significant gift to the university's academic assets. I'll begin by just providing a short background on the sources of Edwin Atkins's personal wealth, which he later used to finance Harvard researchers. During the 19th century, the Atkins family, based in Belmont, Massachusetts, rose to riches by trading goods manufactured by slaves, mainly sugar and molasses, in the West Indies. When Edwin Atkins took over the family business, he assumed ownership of the Soledad Sugar Plantation, a 900-acre refinery with approximately 177 slaves. Cuban slave emancipation in 1886, as I mentioned previously, coincided with a period of major innovations in industrial production technology, which also included agricultural engineering. Other innovations such as steam-powered refineries, rail transport, and cable communication all transformed the sugar production business just as the country was beginning to shift from slave labor to free labor. Atkins, eager to keep up with his competitors, invested heavily in new production technologies and approached Harvard professor Ames precisely to help his business successfully navigate this transition from slave production to mechanized production. Drawing on his Cuban fortune, Atkins made significant donations of cash, scholarships, and academic resources to Harvard from 1899 to 1925, enabling students and professors to conduct research on improving the quality and yield of tropical plants such as sugarcane. His largest single donation, which was $17,119 in 1919, was to establish the Atkins Fund for Tropical Research in Economic Botany. This gift would be worth a little over $500,000 today. Physical research spaces like the Harvard Botanic Station help transport intellectual power from the halls of academia and apply it directly to issues on the plantation. Ames and Atkins's partnership culminated in 1925 when they constructed the official Harvard House, a boarding house with bedrooms and a laboratory space for Harvard students to conduct research at the plantation under the management of the university. And what you see here is an image from the inside of one of those labs in 1930 on the plantation. In recognition of Atkins's long and profitable patronage, Harvard President Charles Eliot even awarded Atkins an honorary degree at the 1903 commencement. So although slavery ended in 1886, the physical, cultural, and ideological legacy of slavery remained palpable to Harvard scholars as they continued to conduct research at Soledad. To emphasize this point, I've included a quote from a letter that Professor Ames wrote on one of his research visits to the plantation. He writes, "The slave bell on the plantation rang out one single, musical, but dull note, and I really felt that all the cruelty of slavery was summoned in that one bell tone. My subsequent thoughts were perhaps similar to those of some compassionate creature who suddenly awakened in days gone by to the atrocities of holding in bondage one's fellow man and driving him to and from his work by the note of a doleful bell, aided by the stinging lash which injures one far deeper than steel or bronze." And I should add, I didn't include the rest of the letter on this slide, but it's interesting that he doesn't actually go on to address that this is a problem. He goes on to talk about how this is an issue that people must have faced a long time ago, and isn't antiquity fascinating? This was written like about 20 years after the end of slavery, and he was working for the slave owner who perpetrated these crimes. So just interesting. I know we had talked earlier about people back then maybe didn't realize it was a bad thing. This is an example of someone recognizing it and willfully ignoring it. So despite these mixed feelings, apparently, about working at Soledad, Ames visited his facilities in Cuba often, bringing back data to supplement his science classes at Harvard. Students and instructors continued to use the site for decades to come, leaving behind a trail of photographs, sketches, and Crimson articles documenting their time at the plantation. The university maintained control of the research facilities until travel became difficult during the communist Cuban Revolution, and the last director of the Harvard station left the island in 1961. So to summarize, my thesis argued that Atkins's donations of funds and academic resources sprang from wealth and lands directly dependent on profits from trading West Indian slave products and eventually owning Soledad Plantation. Harvard benefited from the Atkins's fortune by accepting financial and educational gifts and operating Ames's very own Harvard Botanic Station for over half a century on the very grounds of Soledad Plantation. The images on this slide illustrate Harvard professors harvesting papayas on the station in 1924, as well as an image of a sign bearing Harvard's name that was found at the plantation in 2005. In conclusion, I believe these findings demonstrate the importance of investigating connections between Harvard and slavery. I hope that this research will allow us to better understand and recognize how the history of slavery has contributed to the development of our school's vast educational resources, which we still enjoy today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm Dan Cocolette, and I'm the, along with my distinguished colleague Bruce Campbell, co-director of the Harvard Law School History Project and co-author of a new book on the battlefield of merit, which is the first of 2 volumes, a new critical history of Harvard Law School. Just tell you, those 2 volumes, those are not books that you can't put down. Those are books you can't pick up. But otherwise, perfect gift for your Uncle Ralph. I mean, the Harvard Law School History Project sounds very fancy. But in fact, it's right along the lines of what Sven and Alexander have been doing. We're a group of volunteers. We did get some grant funding up front, but we're not official. We're people that work together. We meet every month. And it consists of PhDs, JDs, and particularly students working with us and specialist librarians to undertake a whole series of research initiatives. We've done 100 oral histories, not just of faculty, but also of staff and also of students and alumni. And so this is we believe that thanks to this project, Harvard Law School is one of the best documented of all institutions of higher learning in the United States. Now you may ask, well, why is that important? I have to be very sensitive here and not arrogant. We have neighbors to the south in New Haven that are overly sensitive about their law school, and even though it's younger and much smaller. But the truth is, for good or bad, Harvard Law School is the most powerful law school historically in America, and it remains. Just count the Supreme Court justices. It remains the most powerful. That wasn't arrogant, was it? No, just facts, just facts. Now, we knew that on the battlefield of merit was going to be controversial. I mean, we knew. And the things that we were prepared for was first the research on the Civil War. Harvard Law School was next only to West Point, the leading source of military officers for the Confederacy. 13 major generals, 60 colonels of Southern regiments. Almost as many Harvard Law School students died fighting for slavery as died fighting against slavery. And that was because during the entire period of the 1840s and 1850s, Joseph Story, Simon Greenleaf recruited to make a national law school by recruiting in Georgia, Atlanta, in Atlanta, and in Savannah, and Charleston. So we knew about that. We also knew that Christopher Columbus Langdale and his disciples were fervently anti-feminist. We knew that they had instilled a gender apartheid system at the school, which lasted until 1950. No women were admitted at Harvard Law School until 1950. I've talked to many in the first class. No women on the faculty until 1971, and I've talked to all of them. So this is, there's plenty of controversy there. But what really got the students excited, and in retrospect, I should have seen this coming, is the establishment of Harvard Law School as a foundation based on slavery. There's no doubt about it. We knew early on that Isaac Royall, this is a portrait of him at age 24, with his wife and sister-in-law and daughters. He was a slave owner. We knew that he had 24 slaves in Medford. What we did not know was that Royall's fortune was based on the Antiguan sugar plantations. The cruelty of those plantations were beyond belief. He owned 180 slaves with his father on Antigua in the Pope's Head region. Sugar slavery was very cruel. They issued the slaves knives, the enslaved people knives. Every morning they had numbers on them because you had to turn the knives in every night, and they were razor sharp. A single nick without antibiotic, and death was almost inevitable. The casualty rate on these plantations was extremely high. The only reason why Harvard Law School is going to have its bicentennial and is going to be the oldest law school in America is because the fortune that Royall made in Antiguan sugar was left in a bequest in 1788 to Harvard to establish a law professor. The Royall Professorship is one of the oldest chairs at Harvard. It's occupied right now with great distinction by Janet Halley, who in her inauguration gave tribute to the slaves on which the chair is based. But as we got into this, it got worse. There was a major slave revolt on the Royall plantation. The revolt was under a leadership of a man, very brave man, named King Court. Unfortunately for them, it was betrayed just at the last moment. There are only 27 white men on the island capable of carrying a gun. One was Isaac Royall. There were 364 slaves, but white men had the guns. The uprising was betrayed. It was suppressed. And as a result, 77 enslaved people were burned at the stake by Royall and his friends. The 6 leaders were drawn and quartered, and King Court was gibbeted alive. This gentleman here who founded the Harvard Law School's chair, which became the center of the new school, as one of his descendants said, I know he was a slave owner. I hope he was a nice slave owner. He wasn't a nice slave owner. He was a brutal slave owner. Here's his house in Medford. It's right, 20 minutes drive from here. Now that's the slave block. The reason why he came to Medford was because of fear of yellow fever, but also fear of another slave revolt. He brought about 20 slaves with him. They lived in this block. Some of us have already been there. You can visit it. But this was his household slaves. You don't get a sense of the cruelty of the industrial slavery by looking at these quarters. It was what was going on in Antigua which was continuing to support his family. That was really, really brutal. He fled to England on the outbreak of the American Revolution, the Battle of Lexington, left his family in Medford. He ran immediately to Halifax. When I introduce the students coming in, I show them the portrait we've just seen. I say, brutal slave owner, traitor, coward. Other than that, a perfect role model for you. Well, in 1936, Abbot Lawrence Lowell, who was an Anglophile of the first order, decided that Oxford colleges all had coats of arms, so therefore residence houses and schools at Harvard all ought to have coats of arms too. And so for the tercentenary, he decreed coats of arms for everybody. And that included Radcliffe, but it also included the law school. And the genius who was assigned the law school decided that the right coat of arms should be Isaac Royal's coat of arms. So there is the bookplate of Isaac Royal of Antigua. You see the 3 wheat sheaves. And there is the coat of arms of Harvard Law School until last year. They're identical. Well, anyway, the students who had worked on this research project persuaded other students to read the book. And before anybody knew it, they'd organized Students for Inclusion. Their motto was, "Royal must fall." And they took over the major lounge at the new Casperson Student Center, declared it the Belinda Lounge, which is after the slave, one of royal slaves, and occupied it. So they were in absolute seriousness. And a committee was formed under the chairmanship of Bruce Mann, and that committee, after a lot of deliberation, decided to recommend to the president and corporation that the shield be revoked. Now that decision came with what I think is one of the most eloquent pieces of writing I've ever seen, and it's by our moderator, Annette Gordon-Reed. And in that, she warned that by just eliminating a symbol, you don't eliminate the truth of the past. And also worried that this would cut the school off from the debt it owes to Antigua. By the way, this is what the students thought of the royal coat of arms, right? Yeah, that's their view of it. Yeah. Well, anyway, here I am down on Antigua. That's the Betty's Hope. You see the great mills for breaking up the sugar cane. I was down there talking to leaders in the Antiguan community, educational leaders, and the head of their national government and their Secretary of Education. And I was talking about, the consciousness of the island and its connection with Harvard Law School. First of all, it turns out that the curriculum in the high schools all mention Isaac Royal and mention the slave revolt. So every high school student on Antigua learns the story. And secondly, that they're absolutely mindful of the connection between the island and this university. At one point, we're talking to Michelle Henry, the president of the National Museum, I really was just overcome. I mean, it showed me some things which they just don't normally show tourists, of course, which is the holding pens for the slaves that have survived, and the dungeons where they hung the slaves by their wrists, which are back in the jungle. And I was overcome, and I said, well, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I represent here and have benefited from an institution that has exploited the enslaved people of this island. I'm just sorry. She turned to me, Michelle Henry, and she said, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. We Antiguans are proud to have had some role in the founding of an institution that would graduate Barack Obama. Now that is generousness. Here you are. There's the poster. They're selling Obama T-shirts everywhere on the island. Now my point is just a simple one, which is Annette Gordon-Reed's dissent stands for a very important truth. You don't go around erasing this and that and pretend things didn't happen. There are pros and cons about the shield controversy, but one thing, we must not forget that Harvard Law School is linked with slavery, that Harvard Law School owes great debt to the enslaved people of Antigua, and that it's part of this great university, that it is so great that it can recognize in itself the truth, veritas. Thank you very much.
Works. So, can you hear me? Okay. So, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very honored and it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks, Radcliffe, and thanks, President Faust, for the invitation. I want to tell you that this talk is related to Harvard, but may not be related to Harvard. And I'd like to see how we all come to terms with the fact that I'm not a historian. I have to come to terms with that, somehow. But there will be lots of images. I will not describe them. So there's a lecture or the kind of a concept in the images, and there's a concept in the words that I do, and I would like to invite you to think about your own memories when you when you look at this work. This originated when I was a student at Harvard, kind of the notion of architecture and memory. I was very interested in that as a research, my own personal research, and that kind of continued. So as an architect and a teacher, I've been investigating through design and design pedagogy the relations between space and memory, between architecture and memory. I'm interested in the notion that memory is an action. Memory is not an object, memory is a verb, not a noun. As an action, to remember is to be present, is to say, here we are, to be present in our complex present as academics, as architects, as historians, as intellectuals, as public intellectuals, demands a louder and fearless truth-speaking and truth-seeking about our past, and also about ongoing plights against humanity, such as human trafficking, genocides, present-day slavery, and incarceration as well. So few words have been so ubiquitous in contemporary culture as the word memory, impacting historiography, psychoanalysis, visual arts, performing arts, poetry, media, landscapes, architecture, public space. So as a result, architects and artists find themselves playing an important role in what we could call public discourses about history and memory. Architecture is inherently a practical and public art. It is a practical art insofar the purpose is the driving force. Why a work is called into being. I hope it's not mine. No, it's not mine. Okay, thank you. So let me recap. So it's a practical art insofar that purpose is the driving force. Why a work is called into being. It is a public art in that the presence of the work constructs the space for public appearance, in the terms that Hannah Arendt described it. The space for public appearance. So historically, the architect's role has been to create a theater for action and of memory, and we can think that landscapes and buildings, while becoming catalysts for the process of memory, serve to frame human experience. It is in the face of catastrophes, historic traumas, and human injustices that the architects' and artists' public roles become increasingly complex, problematic, and we only hope necessary. We only hope. So how do we position ourselves, when working with these kinds of projects, both as teachers, as architects, as students? Think of this. The word memorial, historic role is to preserve a memory of the past and provide conditions for new responses in the present. This is one of the maps that my students do, dealing with Rhode Island slavery. So think about this point. When we say this is the public space of the city, we usually mean an official monumental space which, using Walter Benjamin's words, is reserved for the celebration of the history of the victors. Memorials and historic landmarks usually celebrate that memory of those who have succeeded at the expense of the forgotten memory of those who have not. It forgets the nameless and the vanquished. According to Hannah Arendt, political equality means visibility. Conversely, political inequality and invisibility go hand in hand. Oh, can you stop the clock for me? something happen? If you don't mind. Oh, God. Sorry about this. Okay. Sorry about this. If not, I'll have to speak without the... Well, this is an unexpected technology problem. Let me try this. Okay, it's opening. I really apologize. So, again, so sorry. So, what I was saying, if this works, that political inequality and invisibility go hand in hand. So when we think of institutions of slavery and its legacies, we should look at them through the lenses of spatial practices. Segregation, migration, invisibility, fields, you can think all of the words that we have used, are related to forms of spatial practice. But let's think about this. Democracy, as Claude Lefort tells us, is based on uncertainty and legitimized by the Declaration of Rights. That is the right to declare. Democratic public space is based on contestation, on debate, on the appearance of others. Those others who, as an enigma of a face that resists possession, cannot be fully known and can never be reduced to content, as Emmanuel Levinas, philosopher, would have said. So I think to a large extent, the success of democracy and of public space can be measured in its capacity to encourage and assist in the process of disruption of that history of the victors. We can see this. Hopefully we'll do something. But I'm interested in thinking about these kinds of notions of public space in relation to campuses, in relation to speech. The National Museum, just opened in DC, means much more than a building. Our project in Nantes is more than a riverfront landscape. There are significant reinscriptions, of history and memory in public life. These projects are witnesses to our actions in the present, our actions in the present. So philosophers like Giorgio Agamben have theorized the position of the witness as the basis of an ethical-political relation insofar as the witness answers to the suffering of others without usurping the place of the other. That deals with the history that we were talking about before. Again, the witness answers to the suffering of others without usurping the place of the other. So there's a limit to representation, both in writing, in history, and in speaking. So witnessing is a way of seeing and listening that requires an acceptance of vulnerability. It requires a renunciation of the will to mastery. For as trauma theorist Cathy Carrot argues, to bear witness to the truth of suffering of a traumatic event is to bear witness to that event incomprehensibility. This poses problems for forms of representation, teaching, writing, and creating that attempts to respond to the suffering of others. Perhaps we can only breathe your name. Breathe your name. So aesthetics should be at the service of ethics. This is the attitude that I try to bring to my teaching, to my projects, and to our collaborative work with artist and professor here at GSD, Krzysztof Wodiczko, and involves an approach of art, architecture, and landscape as mediums that are capable of shedding limited set of truth and values in a space that is located between question, publics, and practices. Questions, publics, and practices. So when we dealt with slavery in Rhode Island, the history of slavery in Rhode Island, with a series of design studios that are geared, as pedagogical approach, geared to create conditions for students to encounter stories that they cannot fathom. And I want to thank Jim Campbell for all his fantastic work and his help in setting up these discussions. But these are an attempt to construct and understand history in our present, and think of a field of what I call cultural sustainability. Think about how we deal with present conditions. So students work with mapping, students work with coast, students did memory boxes, worked on texts, created images like this one. This is Linden Place, the Wolf family mansion in Bristol, Rhode Island, and kind of a montage of Kara Walker's work. But let's remember, as Jim Campbell also mentioned many times, 55% of the mill workers in Rhode Island by 1830 were children. So we have to think about that. So how do we think about projects dealing with the coast of Rhode Island for today and for tomorrow? This is one of the concepts. These are exercises. I just go very quickly on this. But the point that I'm trying to make is that students can become cultural activists. And interdisciplinary work is what matters in my mind. So let me go quickly, to a couple of minutes on the project for the memorial to the abolition in Nantes that we designed with Krzysztof Wodiczko. And let's remind us that basically today, slavery still exists and does so globally, despite the fact that it's now globally illegal. And it's a question that we have to ask ourselves. And these kinds of approach, this question needs a reinforcement in the consciousness and emotional comprehension of all of us and new generations as well. So Jean-Marc Ayrault, Mayor, Prime Minister, and our kind of direct, sponsor, let's say, of this project, wrote, "By building the memorial on the banks of the Loire in the heart of a city, at the point from which the slave trading expeditions departed, we recall that the fact that the struggle for freedom and dignity for all human beings is a fundamental cause inextricably linked to our vision of society. The memorial hopes to become a living place for collective commitment to the memory of the past and to continue our struggle for recognition and promotion of human rights." This is a key point, in public space, in public life, in public speech. How do we deal with our present? So the city has created this kind of parkour that connects the museum to the memorial, and you can see kind of an aerial view of the site, and I'll show you just to give you a sense of scale. This is Radcliffe and this is Harvard. Can you see the map? Just quickly, this is Radcliffe Quad where we are, and this is Massachusetts Hall. This is the scale of the memorial, just to give you a sense of scale. The relation is basically the same distance, twice, because you walk it up above and below. So the concept here is that the city itself has turned its architecture and official public space into a grand reinscription, and I would say disruptive narrative intervention. They not only accepted this, but embraced this concept, that this space, beyond its symbolic purpose, it's used to commemorate the event and to think about the present. So we excavated, we found an underground space, and we transformed the underground space on the coast of a river, and we transformed it into a place for people to come and read and to think. So the project celebrates the great rupture of abolition with the thrust of a gray slanted plate which emerges to the city and cuts the soil. About 5 centuries of struggle are inscribed in this class. We also inscribed, kind of as a form of an urban archive, the names of 2,000 expeditions from Nantes that depart from Nantes. And you see people looking at them and walking, and you see beautiful names. You can see La Thérèse. There's a ship called L'Amour. Can you believe that? The Three Marys, another love, and they are all navires négriers, So I want to sort of invite you to think about the notion that when we walk, we think. When we walk, we evoke. And this is part of what we do. The stones themselves matter. And the place itself only can be done if we really pay not only respect and homage to the people who suffered this story, but actually we pay homage to the people who made this possible, the builders, the people who put their hands and their knowledge into making our buildings possible. This is, to me, what matters when we do buildings, when we do architecture, anywhere we do it. How do we engage with others? And that's an ethical dimension. So cutting the concrete, going underground and transforming this, which is kind of flooding with the water, daily, into a place that can be inhabited, creating a dam underground, a complete structure. This space is about 150 meters below ground. That's a football field and a half length. And you see how it goes and how it moves, and I'm just getting close to the finish. So you see how this glass transforms the ground of a city. And very significant moments of opening of the memorial. And I want to pay significant homage to Madame Christiane Taubira, who's here and will speak later, for her work, not only to support the memorial and her speech at the opening of the memorial, but her work specifically to bring justice, to bring the law that is under your name to the public eye in France and in the world. So that law is inscribed in the memorial, or a portion of the law is inscribed in the memorial in a space that looks at the Palace of Justice. So we have people visiting, we have people reading, we have people inhabiting a space that relates to the water. A water that perhaps is the only witness somehow to this story. A water that filters, a water that comes down through the glass, a water that marks words, words like freedom. And you see people coming, you see groups and schools reading and writing and thinking and discussing. And yes, these are my two kids. And, and we have Martin Luther King that is also inscribed there, and you see emotion that happened, and you see also revolt. A moment 2 years ago when Angela Davis was visiting the memorial as, a kind of the day of remembrance of the abolition of slavery. So I'm going to finish with just one word, which is this. When we did this project, we didn't know the outcome. I mean, we knew that space matters, and space and memory are totally connected. So when you look at the memorial from the Palace of Justice, you see a line, a horizontal line on the ground of the city. But when you go to the memorial, you see justice. You imagine justice, or perhaps justice that needs to be done. There's no inscription that says, think about justice. But you do that because we can kind of constructed that relation, that dialogue. And that dialogue happens in space, and that dialogue happens when I saw this woman visibly emotional, looking at the memorial and visiting the memorial, and heard footsteps running. And I saw her son. And I saw this embrace. And I want to close by saying, using Levina's citation of Dostoevsky, who also was interestingly connected to James Baldwin's understanding of memory, as far as I read. So, Dostoevsky says, all of us are responsible of everything, of everyone before everyone, and myself more than others. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is a time for us to ask one another any questions that we may have about the presentation or discuss amongst ourselves. Anyone have anything, or do we want to go? Yes, we can go. Well, I just, if you know questions of ourselves. Questions from the audience. They're supposed to be bringing us cards. Sure. What is the response? Do you have any, Julian, did you have any opposition to the nonce? I mean, what was the order, what was the nature of it, and what was the strength of it? And who did it come from, if there was anyone who objects to this idea?
Well, there was strong opposition, and if it was not for the support of the mayor, Jean-Marc Ayrault, this project would have not been built.
What did they say? I mean, what
well,
exactly?
they said we don't want the city to feel the guilt, of its own history, being the largest premier slave trading port in France, that basically grew economically through the trade, and the sugar, that came to Nantes. So one of the things was kind of public guilt. What do we do with public guilt? And the argument that was made was more like recognition. And the mayor was extremely supportive of that. That's one thing. Second thing is that there was a history before the memorial, which was the Les Anneaux de la Mémoire, a very significant exhibition that happened in 1992 that had about 500,000 people visiting the Château de Nantes, the Duc de Bretagne, basically to visit and to understand the history of its own city. So it seems to me that there's some aspects of the story that were extremely important in the public eye. The people who did not want this to happen came from either families or more, I would say, right wing kind of areas of the of people in the city. But once the memorial opened, it was embraced. Once the memorial opened, it was embraced by the people and visited, and everybody brings family to visit the memorial, and they see this as a unique project, both in the city and in France. And I think I'm personally very moved to have been simply be able to visualize this, to visualize this project, and to inhabit that space that nobody has ever seen before we opened it. There's a space that was excavated that no one has ever seen before, because it was just simply residue of construction of the ports.
Dan, for the people in Antigua, have you heard any response to them about the shield? Or can you sort of predict what they might say about it?
Well, they are aware of the decision, and they have copy of the opinion and of your dissent. So these are people who, really keeping track here. There's no question that they're not interested in reparation or anything like that. That's not what interests them. What interests them is some recognition by this great university that we owe them a debt, an historic debt. And there are many possible ways. They don't have enough. When I was down there were lines to use laptop computers in the library. There are not enough computers. There's also not enough fresh water, and they're having problems with their justice system. So, there's so many things we could do to help.
I think I should probably say what happened with the dissent, what my rationale was. This whole question, a lot of it comes from, I think the Royal Must Fall was influenced by the movement at Oxford about Oriel College. Rhodes must fall. There's a statue of Cecil Rhodes on top of Oriel College that I've been into and a number of times and never knew he was up there. He's up pretty high. And the thinking was that this was an affront, and there was a student movement on those lines. On our committee, we were talking about the best way to proceed, and it's not that I think that it would be a matter of erasing history just by moving the shield. The idea I had was that, and I talked in the dissent about the difference between a representation of a person who can't be reconstituted, someone like Cecil Rhodes or John Calhoun, a flag like the Confederate flag that has a history and a past and is so imbued with a spirit that you can't, to my mind, do away with what that meant in terms of the Confederacy or what it meant in its modern incarnation with people taking it and using it to oppose civil rights and when it's hauled out and why it's hauled out. It's not like that. 3 bushels of wheat are symbols. When my husband and I were here as students, we had no idea what it meant. I thought, well, okay, if sheaves of wheat, fertility, knowledge, what is this? We really didn't know, and we had wheat pennies, but wheat is a symbol of abundance and so forth. So we sort of think abundance of wisdom or something like that. You give it a name. So it could mean anything. And it struck me that since we were having our centennial, what we could do would be to have a ceremony and reconstitute the law school and the sheaves of wheat to be in honor of the people whose labor gave Isaac Royal the money to build the law school. It's the power of law. What we do is transformative. We could make the symbol about whatever we want it to be about. And my fear, and to have that powerful symbol there go across the world every time Harvard Law School went anywhere, I thought would be powerful, that the people on the Royal Plantation would be remembered, and they would be remembered in a way that would be living and would go forward. It's nice to have a display in the law school and the special collections and talk about it amongst ourselves when students come, but it would be different to have Harvard Law School linked. Harvard Law School that under, I think, the modern aegis of Harvard Law School, when the shield was actually used more, Harvard has a tradition, law school has a tradition of public service. Many people were involved in civil rights. That legacy could be linked to the old legacy to make something new. We're not bound by the past in that way. So that was my thinking. It's not from any love or respect of Isaac Royal, but the Royal Plantation was not about Isaac Royal. To me, the Royal Plantation was about the enslaved people who lived there. And that is the story. And we could make the story what we wanted it to be, rather than being hostage to Isaac Royal and his family. So that was my thinking. Ceremony, reconstitute it, we go forward with a different, perhaps add the word, justice for justice to the shield, and make that association complete. So that's what my thinking was. It was not out of, is it royal? Great.
Can I just quickly, I just quickly wanted to add a few things. I mean, for one, I think what is really important is that whatever we do, that we don't take the steps that we're taking as a kind of an effort to end the conversation or to end our engagement with this history, but really that we commit ourselves to a continued conversation of this history and a continued confrontation with this history. And I think the worst thing we could do is kind of to cleanse our institutions from the history and then to say, oh, we took care of that and now we don't have to worry about it anymore. No, I think we need to continue to engage with this. And then I thought maybe the experience of the city of Nantes in some ways is actually quite relevant to our situation here, because obviously Nantes is not a city that was itself the site of mass enslavement. It is not a city that was characterized by slave plantations. And it is a city in which presumably, though I don't know that for a fact, but in which presumably many people don't really know anymore that it had this the very significant link to the slave trade and to Caribbean slavery. And that is, I think, quite similar to the situation we're facing here at Harvard. And so it would, I think, actually be quite interesting to learn, for us to learn from the Nantes experience, to see how you can, how you can memorialize this history on the one hand, but also how you can encourage a continued conversation on that history, and how you, as Julian mentioned, how you can persuade people who are reluctant to engage in this debate to eventually persuade them to actually to engage these kinds of issues. I think there is a lesson in it for us, though I don't know exactly what that lesson is.
Well, one of the things that's happening at the law school now, we're going to be encouraging people to do that, since we have the Royal Plantation not very far, is, and Janet Halley is doing this, encouraging people to visit. I've been there. And they do a great interpretation, very illuminating interpretation about slavery in New England and the lives of the people there. Maybe obviously have our students go there. I would like to, as part of what I thought would go on after a perhaps reconstituted shield and rededication, we would have more of a connection to the people of Antigua. Maybe students, some connection there to keep the thing going, instead of just letting it go. But that any kind of experiences from other places should help inform us. Here's a question for you, Professor Beckert. Thank you for your presentation and ongoing commitment to justice for enslaved Africans' descendants. You said the solution must be economic and not just rhetorical or symbolic. Do you support reparations to specific organizations who build African self-determination? I'm sorry for, I'm putting you on the spot, but.
Okay, no, that's just fair, because I ended my talk exactly on this notion, and obviously that was also very much the subject of our conversations this morning. And yes, as I said, I think it is important to acknowledge this history. It is important to know what that history is, and we have made some progress in this in this process. But I think we also need to very much keep in mind what was being said today. This is a history that is about massive violence. This is a history of racism, and this is also a history of massive dispossession, as was also mentioned earlier today. And all of the violence, the racism, and the dispossession is not just of relevance to understanding the past, but it's also very much of relevance to understanding the present. And in that way, I think there is a material dimension to this issue, and there is a need for institutions or perhaps nations who have greatly benefited from exploitation, racism, enslavement, and dispossession, there is a responsibility to address these past injustices and also address them in material terms. What this exactly looks like, I can't tell, but I think the importance is to acknowledge this and then to have a conversation among a community, for example, a university community, to see what the proper steps are that should be taken.
Mm-hmm. Julian, and I thought this myself, what would a memorial to slavery at Harvard look like? And how do you garner your support?
And how? Sorry?
How do you garner your support? The first one, what would a memorial at slavery at Harvard look like?
I think it's a question that I cannot answer, because in order to conceive or think through such an endeavor, one requires time to think about it. And to me, it's not that I'm trying to sort of shortchange or sort of shy away from the response. It's actually that there may be other ways in which one can think of this. I am personally more interested in the word memory than in the word memorial, even though we have built it. I'm interested in how we think about memory, relation to the past, but memory as remembering. You know, James Baldwin's unfinished book, Remembering This House, you know, sort of the notion of remembering a house. So then the question that I ask myself is, if I can follow up with that, is once we think of this history, we somehow shed light over a portion of the history. You know, imagine a lamp. You know, you don't shed light over the totality of the history of slavery. So some aspects we can see, some aspects we cannot see. But what we can see, we cannot unsee. And this is an important aspect of the question of the lamp of memory. And the question I ask myself is, once we see something, it continues to be with us. So how do we allow that what we see to interrupt our present? Meaning, how can we hear the voices of those who are not present? How can we see these faces, you know, that we see here? But how can we understand that the retrospective projection of meaning, you know, is very complex? So for me, one of the biggest questions I ask myself, and perhaps it's a question for the university, perhaps, is how do we deal with our present conditions? How do we invite our students, interdisciplinary work, to consider the present? You know, both be that mass incarceration, be that sex trafficking or human trafficking today, which are enormous, you know, and quite significant. So if there was a kind of a memorial, I would think of more like an institution that is an ongoing project that never finishes. Because perhaps to repair, and I'm just going to use a Hebrew word, tikkun, is to repair, tikkun olam is to repair the world. And perhaps we're all here trying to do our best to repair what we can. You know, and to me that's something that I would like to think about. Perhaps the university could engage with. It's a conversation first.
Dan, this was one to you, but I might be able to answer part of this as well. To what extent do you think the legacy of slavery at HLS affected curriculum or sustained the development of legal thought at HLS?
Well, that's a great question. Basically, what happened before the Civil War is a question of memory, with the Confederate leaders and the Union leaders remembering being taught very different things. One of the Confederate leaders was held here in Castle Island and wrote an irate letter to his law professor, Emory Washburn, saying that he didn't understand why Emory isn't supporting him, because he, after all, was fighting for the states' rights that Emory Washburn taught him in the classroom at Harvard Law School. Washburn sent him a book, by the way, to read. But in all seriousness, one of the things that the Civil War episode at Harvard Law School shows is that there was an effort, a very deliberate effort by Charles Warren, and I know you're the Charles Warren professor and I'm the Charles Warren visiting professor, but the first history of Harvard Law School was a 3-volume history, only 1 century, written by Charles Warren. Charles Warren essentially took the Civil War out of the history of the school, and he did it very deliberately, because at that point the school was reaching out to its Southern alumni and bringing in the former Confederate officers who survived and the former Confederate leaders. There were 27 in Jefferson Davis's government. They were now becoming leaders of the anti-Reconstruction. They were becoming mayors of Atlanta, governors of South Carolina, and they were being welcomed back into the fold at Harvard Law School. Now, to do that, you need to redefine what the Civil War was about. And one of the things that we have been able to ascertain through the letters and notes of the students is that everyone thought that the war was about slavery when the war was being fought. So it was slavery that drove the Union students to volunteer. It was slavery that was that caused the fights that went into Harvard Square. They emptied the classroom fighting each other. It was slavery. Suddenly, after the war is over, it becomes convenient to redefine the war about something else. States' rights, theories of constitutionality. Now we've resolved it, so we can move on. And let's forget about segregation, let's forget about racism. And I'm afraid that in my mind, one of the worst chapters of the history of the school was the 20 years under Langdell, when Langdell essentially wrote out racism and civil rights from the curriculum of the school.
Here's a question for both of us, I guess. What are the next steps at the law school beyond the new seal? Well, okay, all right. I'm the moderator. I'm not supposed to. Well, there's still a lot of student interest in bringing about a more inclusive curriculum, as they describe it. There are discussions about that. Discussions about a diversity of professors in terms of the way they teach, the kinds of subjects, bringing race more into discussions. Very often, in a contracts case, or just to make an example, or civil procedure, other things, there's a surface, what the issues are, there are surface issues involved, but there are racial aspects of it that students would like to be brought into the mix. It's sort of difficult. There's some thinking it's difficult to talk about race in classes. Some people are uncomfortable doing that. I teach criminal procedure, which race obviously is shot throughout the Fourth Amendment jurisprudence and the actual jurisprudence, but the actual practice of policing. So it's not a difficult thing in my subject area, but there's much more talk about pedagogy, how to raise these kinds of issues. There's a lot of things going on. I think the Shield controversy sort of came and went, but the continuing discussion about transformation of law school is very much there. And do you have any thoughts any more about what you're seeing?
Well, I agree with all of what you just said. I mean, the students yearn for context. It's one thing, what we have gotten from Langdell is a formal curriculum that's still remarkably the same as it was in the 1880s. And the legal formalism stripped context from the life of the law. And I think the students yearn to have it brought back, and many of our colleagues are working hard on this, this issue to make the legal doctrines contextualized. I also think that the representation on the faculty is important. We're approaching 20% Asian American enrollment. At the moment, there's only one tenured Asian American faculty out of 91 or 92. And I think that the students want a faculty that they can identify with, that are their role models, and that involves gender, but involves ethnicity and race as well.
I mean, I will say one word for formalism. I mean, part of the answer to that is that there's a concern on the pushback on sort of changing curriculum or doing things too differently, is that there's a benefit, at least first year, to focusing on analysis, focusing on law, understanding law as it exists, and certainly context is always going to be important there, but you don't want, I mean, I'm channeling other people, you do not want a strictly politics class where people get to talk about current events or whatever, and that's the fear that you go too far. And so what we're trying to do has been to balance the sort of the case method and the Socratic method to accommodate new understandings and different perspectives on things. And a lot of people want to do it. We have faculty workshops talking about how to teach difficult courses, State v. Mann, a very famous case involving in slavery. How do we talk about these kinds of things? And cautionary notes about it's difficult because there might be some students who are upset about that. There is no, the difficulty is there's no one viewpoint about all of these things. One of the critiques of this notion of my idea of having the shield as something that is sort of a living symbol is that some people don't want to be reminded of that. And why should African Americans be reminded of that? And I have a different perspective on that, but there is no one viewpoint. And you have to consider all of them and try to come to some sort of balance. So it's going to be, it's an interesting time. I mean, it's challenging, but that's what we're here for, to solve problems. That's what the law school is about, and I think we're going to rise to that challenge. Did you have something to say? Alexandra, if you may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make like a quick comment just from a student perspective. I'm now a student at Harvard for the second time in my life and consider myself very lucky to be one. But I do think there is a desire from students as well to have kind of like a mission-driven education. Like you go to Harvard and there's this emphasis on how do you use your education to be good, to better society. And I think sometimes when you move from the college to the professional schools, that like mission-driven sense gets a little bit lost. Mm-hmm. And so maybe like one practical way would be at our professional schools to kind of emphasize that our professional schools are also mission-driven, right? Like being at the business school, you should have a sense of going out there and using your education to better society. So maybe that's another like actionable.
Yeah, I would say for the law school, from the time I was there, it's public service has been at the heart of it. We have time for one more comment.
Can I make one just quick comment on this issue? When you asked me about, what would the memorial look like? Sort of a bit caught off guard, but the
you thought of something.
Yeah, that's good. I appreciate that. But the concept that I'd like to share with you is this. I just took a cursory research at the Harvard series of schools in terms of their work that they are doing with questions of present-day slavery. And there are many initiatives happening today at the School of Health, the Kennedy School of Government, the Harvard Law Review, and you can keep going. And this is happening as well in the world. There are many initiatives happening. So going to the question of mission-driven, would it be possible to conceive that this institution may help frame a new 21st century abolitionism movement or abolitionist movement, help contribute to that? What would it look like? I have no idea. Why? Well, there are a lot of people today in conditions that are illegal, but they are still slavery. So the question to me is not only the past, yes, the past of course, we need to keep working at it, but how do we deal with our present conditions? And that will help better society today, just as an offer.
That's a great note to end on. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Please come back at 3:30. 3:15.
Yes. I'm sorry, what about the video feed? It does. It's a slightly too exposed, but not bad. We're pretty happy with it. His face is good. It's just the background's a little hot. Oh, look at that. I am incredibly impressed. Oh, that's great. Good. All right, I'm going to switch over to the audio system and we'll talk to you on a microphone. All right, and this is one of the house mics. No, phone bridge, please. Phone bridge. 222, 1, 2. Are you hearing this? Check 1, 2. Great. So this is one of the microphones for the panelists. And if you talk a little more to me, please. And how are things in Cape Town today? What's the weather like over there? Ah, that's better. Yes. Can you speak a little more, please? There we go. Good. Yep, we have our gain set now on our phone. I'm going to switch back to standard phone. There we are. Yes. Right. Yeah. Yep, I shall. Yep, let me let you in. Hang on. Can I have the headphones again, please? You may. All right, if you can speak to me. That's a little low. Can we move it a little closer? Just the phone? I'm sorry, we are testing the phone system, just the phone backup. I can hear you very well. We have, yeah. So we'll hang up the phone.
Hello? Hello, we are ready to begin, so please let's take our seats. Thank you. We're ready to begin. We are about to start the third panel, Slavery and Universities Globally. So I'd like everyone to be seated at this time. Thank you so much. I would like Alejandro de la Fuente and the members of the panel to please come take your seats. I would also like to indicate that one of our panelists, Max Price in South Africa, was unable to fly here to be with us today, but he has recorded his presentation, which we will see, and he will join us live via video feed from Cape Town during the question and answer. And so we're still taking the cards for question and answer. Our moderator for this panel is Alejandro de la Fuente, and he is the Robert Woods Bliss Professor of Latin American History and Economics and Professor of African American Studies and History at Harvard. He's also the director of the Afro-Latin American Research Institute and the co-chair of the Cuban Studies program at Harvard. Alejandro.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Evelyn. And thank you all for staying for a Friday afternoon, a beautiful Friday afternoon, in fact. I want to take a second to say thank you to the faculty organizers of this magnificent conference. And thank you to Dean Cohen and her staff for hosting this event. I am particularly pleased to be here and to be part of this panel on universities and slavery globally, because as a scholar of race and slavery in Latin America, I very much hope that this conference and that these conversations will resonate in the region. Of course, connections between universities or institutions of higher learning and slavery are not just a US phenomenon. We heard actually a lot about that in the previous panel. And by the time Harvard was created, a dozen universities already existed in the Americas, starting with the first of them, the Universidad Santo Tomás de Aquino in Hispaniola in 1538. And each of these institutions, Santo Domingo, Quito, Lima, Mexico, La Paz, all of them were built by African slaves. Yet this conversation has not really begun in Latin America. And that to me is by itself a very interesting question. In fact, if you do a search in Spanish, Universidades y Esclavitud, Universities and Slavery, you will get a few hits. But they speak about Brown University, they speak about Yale University, they speak about Georgetown, not about Santo Domingo or Havana. I'm also pleased to see this panel because Harvard's own relationship with slavery, of course, lasted much longer than 1783, as the previous panel also made very clear. And I was thinking about the paper about Soledad, about the Cuban plantation. And, you know, being Cuban myself, we all know that Soledad was operated by slaves. And we also know that the botanical garden was somehow linked to Harvard. That knowledge exists. But there is a big difference between knowledge and acknowledgement, right? The knowledge is there, but somehow the urgent questions that we are trying to deal with here are not felt in some of these places. To lead us into this conversation, we are joined by three distinguished panelists. We will start with Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, Max Price. As Evelyn said, Professor Price could not be here with us today, but we do have a recorded presentation, and he will be joining us via a live feed from South Africa, if technology helps. We are also joined here, and I am honored to have met Congresswoman and former Minister of Justice, Madame Christiane Taubira. And we are also joined here by Vice Chancellor of the University of West Indies, a renowned scholar of slavery in the Caribbean, Sir Hilary Beckles. And we will start with the presentation of Vice Chancellor Max Price.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to have been invited to participate in this panel on slavery and universities. I apologize that I can't be with you. It's our first week of the academic year, and as Vice Chancellor, I needed to be here at the University of Cape Town. Let me start by saying that while South Africa has a history of slavery, it was abolished when slavery was abolished across the British Empire in 1834, and the universities in South Africa were almost all established long after that. The University of Cape Town was started as a college in 1929, but in truth, there is very little direct link with slavery. The only link currently is that as part of some renovations that we did on the campus, we uncovered a slave graveyard from the 18th century, and we have built a memorial to the slaves, partly as a way of recognizing people who used to live on this land before it became the university, and partly, and most importantly, as an educational tool for students today to learn more about the history. Given that limited impact of slavery on the University of Cape Town, you might well ask, as I did of President Faust when she invited me to participate in this colloquium, why it was thought I would have something to contribute, or why the University of Cape Town might have something to contribute. I presume it is because of the parallel and analogous events and student movements that have forced us to take a hard look at how the university was built upon and embodied the values not of slavery, but of colonialism and apartheid. Those protests have forced us to assess the extent to which the institutional culture today still reflects and reproduces those colonial values, and to confront how that environment today offends and alienates the descendants of those who were oppressed, disenfranchised, and excluded. But yet today, those descendants are present on our campus. Not only are they present, they actually form the majority of the students on our campus. These student-led protests started at UCT with the campaign to remove the iconic statue of Cecil John Rhodes. This campaign started off similar campaigns on other campuses across the country and, in fact, around the world. The so-called #RhodesMustFall campaign, in some senses, led this battle charge. Rhodes was the perfect symbol of this problem. A supreme colonialist, he was on the one hand a generous benefactor, having gifted to the nation the land on which the university is now built, and of course many other commitments, financial commitments to education of future generations. He was also a remarkable businessman, a diplomat, a politician, and ultimately the Prime Minister of the Cape Colony. Yet on the other hand, he was responsible for conquering and annexing land for the empire, was ultimately responsible for military massacres, particularly in what is now Zimbabwe, exploited labor on the mines through the manipulative use of legislation which forced people off the land into the cash economy, and perhaps most importantly, removed the vote from many black people in the Cape Colony who previously had the right to vote. Partly because the university is built on the land he gifted, he was nevertheless honored in the 1930s with a large brooding bronze statue positioned in the central focal point of the architecture of the campus. No other significant statues of individuals exist on the campus. Thus, it would seem that UCT was honoring Rhodes, presenting him as a role model and someone who embodies the values of UCT. While for many students, if they cared to know something about Rhodes and the history, the statue represented the victory over the colonized masses, revering a man who had deprived their ancestors of numerous different rights, rights to land, to the vote, and even to life. Although the statue was never intended to be a tool of exclusion, that's what it had become. The campus could not be considered inclusive while it stood in its prominent position. After a month of consultation and debate, in 2015, the Senate and the Council, which is the governing body of the university, agreed that it should be removed. But it was not only about the statue. Far from it. The statue symbolized the colonial culture that through the statue, the university continued to valorize. The university does indeed have its roots in the colonial era and is modeled on the Oxbridge models of universities. You look at the architecture of UCT, of the university, and it tells you something about what the university aspires to be. If you walk through the passages of the departments of the university, the walls are lined by portraits and photographs of previous heads of departments, professors, and deans, almost all of whom, not surprisingly, are white males. The buildings and rooms of the university are mostly named after white males, some of whom were academics, some of whom were benefactors, and some of whom were political leaders from the colonial period. In the curricula, there is often little or no recognition of thought leadership that comes from societies other than Western civilization, or that other civilizations have contributed to some of the collective canon that is what we today consider the sum of human knowledge. The curriculum often rejects or refuses to recognize the validity of other belief systems. Say, for example, in health sciences, belief systems about the role that ancestors play in one's health. The message that students construct about the attitudes and values of the university is derived, therefore, from what is reflected back to them, back from the walls, back from the curricula, back from the role models they have as lecturers and professors. What is reflected back to them as examples of excellence, as examples of the culture of the institution, and what is reflected is a white culture. And so for black students, there is a pervasive sense of alienation. And it is exacerbated by many other experiences, such as how people, both black and white, respond to other black people based on the stereotype assumptions that they have internalized, based on cues such as color, accent, dress, and much more. The choice of artworks and sculptures on display in public places is another source of alienation. Some students come from cultures where nudity, especially of older people, is considered so disrespectful towards older people that they will not bring their children to see their workplace because they do not want to have to explain why such nudity is on display. And then they challenge us with the question, how is this an inclusive campus if I cannot bring my children to work? Artworks that were created, say, 40 years ago during the apartheid period, depicting the wretchedness of black life under apartheid. Often these were courageous political statements at the time, some of the works by black artists and photographers, but these today, ironically, may be regarded out of context as simply a further repetition of the black person's typical and even expected station in life. There are no whites depicted this way in these artworks and photographs. So the young black student, born post-apartheid, does not see this as an anti-apartheid statement. She sees this as a statement about the university and how the university and how white people view black people as an underclass. These are the issues that have been dominant on our campus over the last 2 years, in the equivalent of what in the US are the Black Lives Matter campaigns, which here tend to take the form of arguments about coloniality and decolonization. And these are the issues that we have needed to address. So what have we done? We have initiated a number of interventions to begin to address the concrete elements of the environment that are signaling this exclusive colonial culture. Transformation is therefore no longer primarily about racial demography, though that remains an unfulfilled challenge, especially in the level of faculty. Now transformation is about changing the institutional culture. It is also more than just recognizing and representing the different heritages of those who now constitute the new university community, such as through naming buildings after struggle heroes or in indigenous languages. It is more about removing and changing the names of buildings that honor people who were oppressors, even if they may only be regarded that way in the light of today's value systems. It is about reviewing artworks that cause offense and either contextualizing them adequately, if possible, or placing them in galleries rather than in public places where people can choose to view them or not. It is about rethinking the pageantry of ceremonies, such as graduation or commencements, to reflect less colonial traditions and incorporate local traditions and music. Perhaps the hardest intervention is engaging with the challenges of what some consider epistemic violence, quote unquote. The nature of knowledge and pedagogy in higher education. This may refer to curricular content, such as including intellectual contributions from non-Western and especially African thinkers, to teaching about indigenous belief systems as part of core curricula in some professions, to ways of learning and teaching. The extent of such curriculum decolonization will vary by discipline and profession, and much of this is still notional and unformed. It cannot be imposed on academics. They have to be persuaded to take up the challenge, to listen seriously to the concerns of those who feel marginalized and who feel that the curriculum does not speak to them, and to seek out these problems and find ways of addressing them. At core in transformation, therefore, is a change in attitude to what is meant by inclusiveness. Previously, we meant by inclusiveness helping newcomers adapt to and succeed in the institution as it is, with its historic culture. This entailed removing barriers, affirmative action, academic support, bridging programs, acculturation, writing skills, essentially becoming more like us, more like the historically dominant group. The newcomer was expected to fit in, to assimilate, and we would do everything to assist that. Post Rhodes Must Fall, inclusiveness means changing the culture of the institution too, to reflect the different cultures and heritages and values of those who constitute its community. It is actually a change in our identity as an institution. Thank you very much.
It's me? Okay. I stay here, I go there?
Whatever you want.
Prefer
Whatever
to-
you feel
prefer to
comfortable
turn,
with.
yeah. Everyone this afternoon, one day. Good evening, good afternoon to each of you. I'd like to spend a few seconds to tell you how pleased I'm being here with you at the critical time of the world life, so critical time. I'd like to thank Mrs. President, Mrs. Drew Gilpin-Faust, and Mrs. Dean, Elizabeth Cohen, for this invitation, because it's very important for me to share with you our thoughts, our works, our prospects about such a sensitive matter as slavery and universities. That means slavery and knowledge, slavery and ethical matters. At this very beginning of the statement, I think it's important for me to make clear 2 points. First of this point, because I'm going to speak about the French experience. First of this point is that during the time where France was involved in slave trade and slavery, this slavery was not practiced on its own territory. You know what was the so-called triangular trade? You know the facts. It was a very lucrative activity. The facts are that boats leaving European harbor, carrying different kinds of goods, reaching the African coast, and then dealers could buy these women, these men, these children who were captured in the villages, in the cities, all over the African continent. And then these boats cross what became huge, deep cemetery, the Atlantic Ocean. Where are your monuments, your battles, martyrs? Where is your tribal memory? Sirs, in that great vault, the sea. The sea has locked them up. The sea is history. That's a part of a poem of Derek Walcott, the St. Lucian Caribbean poet. The sea is history. And so, once arrived in the Americas and the Caribbean islands, the same boats unloaded from unchained people. These people were driven to the slave market to be sold again. And the same boats were loaded with sugar, coffee, cocoa, gold, silver, spices, tobacco, and so forth, and they sailed back to Europe. That was this triangular trade. And it was the way it worked during 4 centuries as a whole. I said to you that it's a very important point to understand that slavery was not practiced on the own territory of France. So, for French people, slave trade and slavery is something very far. It's just trade. It's something colonial. Unless for philosophers, writers, some workers, some citizens too, who protested against it. They protested during the time of slave trade and slavery. But it was far, and in the French collective consciousness, slave trade is something far, far, far. Slavery is kind of colonial matter, even maybe a private one, although there were public companies settled and managed by the power state. So during this hard and very dark period, when slave trade and slavery were practiced, there was not a massive physical presence in France, so there was not massive confrontation. It's a very important point. The second important point is that France is not a federal country like the United States of America. France is a centralized country. That means that political or legal decision applies on the spot and all over the territory. So when the French Parliament voted the law that settled that slave trade and slavery is a crime against humanity, the law applies on the spot all over the territory. It took 2 years for the bill I wrote to become a law, arguing with the House of Representatives and the Senate. This law contains a solemn and official proclamation that slave trade and slavery is a crime against humanity. That slave trade was not a trade, it was a crime, and not any kind of crime, a crime against humanity. That means the enslaved people were not slaves, they were not goods, they were not materials, they were not furnitures, they are women, men, children, human beings. That's what this proclamation means. Other provisions of this law deserve to be mentioned. According to Article 2, the state is compelled to organize the teaching of this history in all public schools, from primary till university. You know, in France, more than 80% of the schools are public schools. And the state is compelled to encourage, facilitate, support, including financially, research, cooperation between universities and other institutions in the country and abroad. Article 3 founded a National Committee for Memory and History of Slavery. This committee has on charge all kinds of actions likely to make this story well known, better known in the whole country. And this committee, up to now, gives every year a prize, an award of 7,000 euros for a high-level work of a student. Every year there is another prize for scholars, that means children and teenagers, called the Flame of Equality. Every year, too, they organize a big civic meeting. They have in charge to organize seminars and symposium, to lead relationship with UNESCO and others. And last year, for instance, 150 events were organized all over the territory. I must say that there was an article in the bill relevant to reparation. After months and months of polemics, this article was removed. But the debate is still there. The following article sets up a date, a national date, for an official and solemn ceremony. This ceremony is shared by the French President of the Republic. It takes place in the heart of Paris, in the Jardin de Luxembourg. And last year, the guest of honor was the Reverend Jesse Jackson. And in the whole territory, there are ceremonies, local ceremonies, organized by the prefects. The prefects are high public servants representing the state all over the territory. We have different situations. For instance, in Bordeaux, it's also in 2009 that the first local ceremony took place. I must remember that 2 years debating the law, the bill before law. The National Committee was set up only on 2004. The first national ceremony, official, took place only on 2006, and the first local ceremony in Bordeaux in 2009. But we have also counter-examples, such as Nantes. Nantes is a big city that tackled with this story since many years. In 1985, for instance, Nantes organized, when I say Nantes, I speak of association and the city hall. They organized an event remembering the 3rd century of the Black Code. The Black Code stipulated that slave and slave people were furnitures. In 1992, Nantes organized an event, Les Anneaux de la Mémoire, Julien Bonders talked about them, Les Anneaux de la Mémoire, remembering the 5th century of Christopher Columbus' journey in West Indies. And in 2012, Nantes opened this wonderful, beautiful, very powerful memorial, very important in the city. So we have this counter-example. Anyway, we observe that we face pushbacks. That means, so between historians, but mainly I talked about Bordeaux, that is a big, great city, nice city. That was the second important harbor, French harbor, during slave trade. Nantes was the first one. And people pay attention to the sociology of the city. That means we see that professors, teachers are very, very careful not to upset the families whose fortune comes from slave trade. So it's a real break against facing this history. But we try to deal with that. And even if we are facing these pushbacks, we keep working on it, and more people are involved in this truth of this story and the way this history has shaped the society and the mentality. So this example shows that when at the level of the state of a country, the decision, the courageous decision is taken to recognize a crime against humanity and to take all the consequences of this recognition, it's a way to drive the whole society to tackle, to grapple this history and to include it in the day-to-day life. So I will conclude considering all these elements. I remember some words of James Baldwin. James Baldwin was criticizing what the President JFK, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, said. It was in 1962. He said, it's quite conceivable that in the United States, within 40 years, there will be a black president. And James Baldwin said, for people living at the present, this far prospect is unacceptable. I'm concluding. Is unacceptable. And he was right. And however, the fact is that you had a black president more than 40 years later. And 8 years after the power of this black president, excuse me, but what a backlash. What a backlash. Anyway, this helps us to understand that opposition is not amazing. It's not amazing at all. We just have to remember that it's about people. So we are not allowed to give up. We must stand up because it's about people. It's about broken personal destinies. It's just for money. It's about people living today, people hearing, hey, nigger, hey, bambula, hey, boy. It's about people who are shot with no reason, but it's about the children, boys, girls. We are not allowed to go to school. We are working in the plantations. We are working in the house, in the master's house, serving the master, the mistress, the children of the master, of the mistress. It's about these people. Some other people think they have no predestination to go to university or to win Nobel Prize. It's about children who have no right of childhood. So we can't give up. We just can't give up. We have to stand up for that. In a poem, Langston Hughes, the title is I Too Sing America. Some say that it was an answer or response of Walt Whitman's poem. He says, I am the darker brother. They send me to the kitchen when company comes. And I laugh, and I eat well, and I grow strong. I too sing America. Maybe he's right. Maybe we are the darker brothers, the darker sisters, but we are. We just are. We are. That's what. This is not about race. It's not a racial topic. It's not a racial matter. It's a human one. It's a social one. It's an ethical one. Because we are all created equal. Thank you. It was a fight.
Madam President, colleagues, and friends, good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be a part of this discourse, this conversation, and to speak from the perspective of the Caribbean and to give voice to my identity as the Vice Chancellor of the only regional university in the Caribbean, the University of the West Indies, which, as you know, has 3 landed campuses in Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and university centers scattered all across the region. A university that has been a part of this epic Caribbean struggle against slavery and colonization, a part of this enlightenment journey of Caribbean peoples who have been very intolerant and rebellious within the context of this history, whether from the traditions of marronage that covered the entire region through to the Haitian Revolution, where the people of the Caribbean were the first in this hemisphere to uproot slavery, remove it, and criminalize it, through to all of the other revolutionary struggles in the Caribbean for justice and for democracy. This university I lead is a part of this history. It originated in the workers' revolution of the 1930s, where the people stood up against British colonization, demanded an end to the colonial regime, and stood up for democracy, for social justice. The British government responded to this by establishing a university college, which originated as a college of the University of London in 1948. So that is the nature of the university's origin. But by 1963, we had decolonized that relationship and declared an independent University of the West Indies, independent of the University of London. The journey, of course, is not over. There are still colonial relationships in the Caribbean. There are still colonies of France. There are colonies of America, colonies of England. The majority of our societies, yes, have been decolonized, but there are still some outstanding communities across the archipelago that are still trapped in the colonial relationship. And everywhere, the legacy of slavery is not only immediate, but very aggressive in its agency. And so for us, the entire environment, the ecology of our existence is surrounded by these institutions rooted in slavery, built by slave owners. Whether they are physical structures, ideological structures, we are still surrounded by it. And for us, slavery is not remote. It is immediate, it is pressing. There are still people in our region whose great-grandparents were born in a slavery circumstance. But our campuses are located in the most beautiful environments. This is an image, a Google map of the campus in Barbados. As you can see, it's a beautiful campus overlooking the ocean, but surrounding a cricket field, which is the quintessential British model of building a campus with a cricket field at its core. That is a model derived from the classical British tradition. That is an image of the Barbados campus at Cave Hill, where I had the pleasure to be the provost there for 15 years. This is an image of the Jamaica campus, the Mona campus, the long, beautiful Queensway leading into the heartland of the campus with the magnificent Blue Mountains of Jamaica in the background. But it's important to realize, though, that these beautiful environments, these really wonderful, charming and picturesque communities, all of these campuses are built on lands that were slave plantations. Here at Mona, the beautiful Mona campus, this was the lands occupied by the Mona sugar plantation, where hundreds of enslaved peoples toiled and were buried. We have the list of all of those enslaved persons who were emancipated with the British Act in 1833. We have excellent documents of all of these people who were the last among the enslaved on the Mona estate, the land we now occupy as the Mona campus of the university. And as you can see here from these images, the vast majority of these enslaved persons were described as Creole, that is born in Jamaica, as opposed to imported from Africa. It's a very long list, and I will not go through this. But our campus at Mona is associated also with all of the traditions of crimes against humanity that we are now treating with. the indigenous peoples who experienced genocide under the Spanish colonial project, they also lived on the land that is now the Mona campus. And here are some shacks. These were buildings that were constructed on the land that became our campus to house those Jewish refugees who were able to escape the Third Reich. And these structures were built to rehabilitate some of those Jewish people who fled through Gibraltar and found their way into the hands of the British. The British took care of them and brought them here to this land site. And there are many prominent members of the Jewish community whose parents were actually housed in these structures before the structures evolved into the university. So we have the history then on our Mona campus, not only of indigenous slavery, but also African slavery, and also indeed the Holocaust against the Jewish community. This is a structure that was designed to accommodate the Jewish refugee camp. And here you can see Jewish persons in this facility in the mid-1940s. This is an image of the campus chapel, which was built by enslaved persons first as a sugar mill. In the 18th century, this was a mill of the sugar estate, which was dismantled, and the stones were brought from the Jamaican countryside to the Mona campus and reconstructed as a chapel. So from a sugar mill, which was destructive of the lives of enslaved Africans, to a Christian chapel of reflection. These are some of the ruins that still exist on the campus, the legacies of the slave estate. But here is an interesting image. This is an image of the new medical faculty complex, which was constructed 4 years ago. It's a beautiful facility built on the campus because the university campus here started in 1948 as a medical faculty. And some 6 years later, we decided to build a state-of-the-art teaching and research complex. But while we were doing this, or while we were getting ready to do this, something extraordinary happened on the campus. The contract was allocated. A major Chinese multinational firm won the contract to build this complex. And they came on the site and were preparing to excavate the foundations to do what they had to do. And guess what? The bones began to come up from the earth. We then discovered that this facility was about to be constructed on the burial ground of the enslaved Africans. And no one knew that this was the site, the ceremonial site. This was a site where hundreds of Africans were buried in unmarked graves on the soil. Of course, we had to stop the construction. We did all of the excavations. We removed all of the bones of these ancestors. We took them out. We did what was necessary and what was appropriate. And then we constructed a memorial on the site. And there you can see Danny Glover, who was a part of that conversation. And here now we have a memorial with the names of all of the enslaved Africans that we were able to find in the records on this monument. I moved to the Barbados campus. The Barbados campus at Cave Hill, also built on a slave plantation, or a series of slave plantations. Celebrating the 50th anniversary of this campus 4 years ago, we carried out a major analysis, historical analysis of the community that now constitutes the campus. We were able to identify all of those, or most of those enslaved Africans who worked on that land that is now the Cayfield campus of the university. This is a major publication that sets out this history. And here is a monument on the campus, on the periphery of the campus overlooking the Caribbean Ocean. And this monument is called Quaw's Quest. Why Quaw? We discovered that in 1793, a 3-year-old child from the Congo was sold into slavery in Barbados on the auction blocks in Bridgetown and was bought by the owner of the land which we now occupy as our campus. The gentleman who bought young Quaw, he had a 3-year-old white child and he wanted a toy for his child, and so he bought Quaw. Quaw grew up on this land, and it was soon discovered that he was a remarkable and phenomenal child. And so he acquired literacy through his own efforts. And at emancipation in 1834, we discover that Quaw is now a teacher of children on the estate. The Church of England built a chapel on the land, and Quaw was invited to become the sexton of the chapel, becoming the first black sexton of an Anglican church anywhere in the world. He's now a teacher, conducts Sunday school classes for the kids on the estates. In this sense, therefore, Quaw becomes the first teacher. He becomes the first teacher and academic of the Cayfield campus. So we see him as our ancestor. He is the first to be involved in the profession of teaching. And not bad for a child who was thrown into slavery at the age of 3. His parents were killed in the raid on his village. And now we memorialize Quaw on the campus. And in the background there of that symbol are plates made of fiberglass with the names of all of the enslaved persons who worked on the soil that is now the Cayfield campus. And these are the list of all of those enslaved Africans, where they were born, whether in Africa, in Barbados, and other islands of the Caribbean, their names, their profession, their color, all of that. So we have all of these lists, males and females, children, boys and girls, and we see Quaw there at emancipation. These are the huge books that carry their names so that students can leave the classroom, go to Quaw's monument, and see the journey of their ancestors on that space that is now the campus. And why do we call it Quaw's Quest? He died in the cholera epidemic of 1854, and while in his last hours of life, he gave his testimony to the local priest, and he said, well, I was brought here as a child without a family. Now I'm a teacher, I'm a free man, I have a wife, I have 4 children, my quest is complete. And so we call this monument Quaw's Quest. But we did not end there in this process of engaging the environment and rehabilitation. We did not end there. 6 years ago, the task, it was my responsibility to construct a new administration building on the campus. I assembled a team of architects and I said, okay, we are now going to build a facility on this campus that represents the administrative function of the institution. And we thought, why not design our administration building with the architectural motif of the African golden stool, the golden stool of the Ashanti. The golden stool of the Ashanti the first rebellion on the island of Barbados, the first attempted revolt, was 1675. An Ashanti man by the name of Kofi was meant to become the king of Barbados, destroy the slave owners, destroy slavery. Kofi was going to be installed in the ceremony of state, and he would become King Kofi of Barbados in classical Asante fashion. They had a stool made of wood, and he was meant to be installed on the 12th of June, 1675, when the revolt had succeeded. Well, they did not succeed. Kofi was beheaded and burnt alive. He and all of his followers. And the stool they had made of wood for this ceremony was also burnt. We took the decision, the bold decision, of giving King Kofi his stool. And now Barbados, the Campbell campus, on a land built for slavery and plantation, now the home of the campus, King Kofi of the Asante now has his golden stool. And there we go, the golden stool of King Kofi. When this structure was completed, the vast majority of people in Barbados assumed it was a Chinese building. So detached were the citizens from their history, their Ghanaian roots, and the vast majority of the Africans on the island are from what we now call today, or what was called then the Gold Coast. The majority were Asantes, Gaz, and Fantis. This would have been a common symbol for their ancestors. The ancestors would have known immediately what this represented. But the descendants do not. So detached they are from their history, so detached they are from their historical cultural roots, which is fundamentally one of the crimes of slavery, to be detached from your roots. And now the school children come to the campus on a weekly basis to receive historical lessons in their African history and culture, and to understand the significance of this structure as a proud symbol on a campus where thousands of enslaved Africans worked and died. And allow me to say in conclusion that we didn't end there with the management of the physical environment. Our teaching, our research, our public advocacy, our professional training, we engage this history every day. Our university sees itself as part of that mandate to clean up the legacies of slavery. All we do, we confront it, we engage it, we are cleaning this up, whether it's in the area of public health, diabetes, hypertension, whether it's in the issues of anti-poverty, all the issues, all the legacies of slavery. This university engages these legacies daily. This is where our resources are allocated. And we have taken one final step. 3 months ago, the University of the West Indies established the Institute for Reparations Research. This institution came in against the background of the establishment of the Caribbean Commission for Reparations. We are going to construct the evidentiary basis for the reparatory claim, which will be made against all of those empowering institutions and governments of Western Europe, including, of course, the financial institutions, all of those who were criminally enriched in this process of enslavement. And so this institute is seen as a critical step towards the process of developing a social justice pedagogy within the university. And we really do hope it will be a part of a global network of similar institutions that will help us to move this conversation forward. I thank you.
So we have now live from South Africa, Vice Chancellor Price, who will speak to us live for a few minutes. Can you hear us?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I enjoyed, let me greet you and greet Sir Hilary and Madame Tavira. Thank you all for the opportunity, and thank you, President Faust, for the opportunity. In listening, I was connected already to listen to the video of my presentation, and I thought I had understood I needed to speak only for 10 minutes. So thank you for giving me just a few more minutes. As I watched my own video, I realized that in the short time, there was a risk of oversimplifying a number of issues, and so the opportunity just gives me an opportunity to highlight some nuances that I didn't. The first was in talking about decolonization and coloniality. Of course, the key challenge is what constitutes the colonial. What constitutes the colonial in, say, artworks, which, as we know, belies the way in which contemporary artworks are the sum of influences from many heritages and many sources. And so that when one comes to grappling with what it means to decolonize an environment, that becomes, of course, hugely contested, and there aren't easy answers. I think as I presented it, it sounded a whole lot simpler than that. The second, I think, is that students do not speak with one voice. There are many different views, and certainly many different views amongst Black students, and many Black students who would say of artworks that the purpose of art is to move one out of one's comfort zone. So while there will be some who will feel and take offense, others will say that's what art is about. And so then who gets to decide on a campus as diverse as we are and as one would expect to find in a country like South Africa, who gets to decide then, and how does one resolve what it means to be an inclusive environment? This relates from everything: architecture, names of buildings, artworks, curricula, role models. I think with respect to some of these, one of the lessons we've learned as the debates have proceeded is that as much of it resides in the question of curation and curation policy as in the artworks themselves, and that it is often not any individual artwork that is the problem, but the sum of them and how they are presented, and often decontextualized or not sufficiently contextualized. And the final point, thank you, that I'd like to add with the extra minute offered is that in reflecting on my talk, I think, again, I was in a shorthand trying to highlight, it would have come across as a significant rupture from the pre-Rhodes Must Fall period to the post-Rhodes Must Fall period, as if prior to Rhodes Must Fall, there was no debate or no consciousness of this coloniality and no challenge of it, perhaps even a pride in a particular dominant culture. And that wouldn't be correct. Over many decades, in fact, those debates have been going on, and it's an interesting question to, but separate from this discussion about why this suddenly bubbled over in 2015, what the national dynamics were and the global dynamics. But there were certainly plenty of debates going on before. Perhaps the key shift was the success of transformation, that the number of Black students and Black faculty in the university had reached a critical mass where that what was hegemonic culture could be more easily challenged, where people found their voice not only as individuals who had always found their voice, but as collectives, which surfaced the issues in very graphic and sometimes violent forms, and has resulted in the protest movements we've seen over the last 2 years. But thank you again for the opportunity to add a few comments, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Max. So we have limited time left, and I'm going to try to summarize some of the questions. We have received a few from the different audiences, including some from Twitter, which apparently can be used for good purposes. I didn't know that. And I'm going to start with a question that I think can actually be addressed by all of our panelists, and the question reads as follows. Madame Taubira spoke of how France's centralized governance made action possible. can each of you reflect on the differences between action that comes from the top and action that begins at the grassroots? How are these forms different?
I try to answer with my English.
Your English is impeccable.
That is a light luggage. I do believe that it's very important that the citizens feel concerned by this topic, because it's about their lives, their history, our past. But let's go. Let's watch what was this past. It was public organization, states, public companies. It was a monarchian time. Maybe I must thank the Consul Général de France who is here. Maybe he will help me between French and English. And I say that the ambassador is there too. I try to explain. Slave trade and slavery were organized by the state. It was a public activity. The societies were organized around this activity. It was a main economic activity. And moreover, there was at this time, in the European countries, there were every time wars between them, every time. The countries were not still stabilized. And all of them agreed that when they have a conflict, they call the Pope, the Vatican. No? You understand what I mean? And the Pope was the one who said, the king here and the king here who are fighting, you stop. Because I say that, I give you that, I give you that. That's what happened between Spain and Portugal when the Pope decided the Tordesillas Treaty, which divided South America, not only South America and Africa too, divided the West for the Portugal and the East for the Portugal and the West for Spain. So that's the way it was working at this time. The government, the monarchy, the Pope. So today, when we deal with this issue, we can't just do it between citizens, between associations, we need that the public power say something about it, organize a few things about it, such as teaching in the schools, in the university, and helping researchers, teachers to make research and to help us to understand, to know very well, and to understand. Not to be killed by that, but to feel stronger. To understand that we are survivors, that we are invincible. I should say that we are immortal. How do you say that in English? Immortal. Good. It's good. Generation from generation, we are immortal. That means that we grow stronger and stronger. The next generation stronger than the former one. That's the reality of this history. So we need the implication of the states to organize that, to make it penetrating the world society. That's what I think.
Thank you. 3 years ago, the governments of CARICOM agreed to confront this history not only in respect of financial institutions, academic institutions, and the legacy of slavery and colonization, but to see how they can play a role in furthering what is really a civil society discourse. Governments had been reluctant to participate in this conversation for 100 years. As I said, we're still in the age in which the colonial structures are still very much a part of the Caribbean world. My friend here, I'm from Barbados. Just 15 minutes away from Barbados by flight is Martinique. You arrive at Martinique and there's an enormous oppressive sign at the airport which says, "Welcome to France." And we find that very offensive, you know, to arrive in the neighboring island and this "Welcome to France." That is extremely horrific for us who have fought for our independence and who have established our nations. Now, so there is this conversation of ongoing colonial aggression, but each time governments come on board, they do so not to initiate, they do so to join an existing conversation where public opinion has tilted in a certain direction. And in respect of confronting this history, I would say that for the better part of the 20th century, the political posture of most governments, colonial and the first generation of independent states, was let us forget the history and move on. There was this kind of pedagogy of forgetfulness. Let us put the past behind and let us move on. Civil society was saying, no, but we are living with this history every day. We need to deal with it. The governments were saying, no, let's move on. And we had this enormous rift between civil society and governments. Then suddenly the governments came on board because of a realization that you're caught in the trap. You do not want to look back and you cannot go forward. And if you cannot move forward and you don't want to go back, where are you? And therein lies this conversation that it has to be addressed. And therefore the question of all of these institutions, not only the academic institutions, but the churches. We are living in a world in which some of the largest slave owners in the Caribbean were clergymen. In Barbados, my island, the largest slave owner in the decade of emancipation was a Reverend John Brathwaite, well-known theologian. The Church of England, in its corporate identity, was the owner of 3,000 slaves on the island. It bought and sold them in many the same way. The slaves were stamped C of E, Church of England, and they were stamped on the back, Church of England. So these are the histories, and yes, the academic discourse is apart, the university and slavery, the church and slavery, the banks and slavery, the industrial corporations and slavery. All of these major institutions in our ecologies were built upon slavery and sustained by it. So the university and slavery, is a part, an element of a wider conversation, which I hope we can also get to.
Max, would you like to add something?
No, thanks. I'm going to interpret the question perhaps a little more in the context of the theme of slavery and universities. And I think one of the challenges is within a university is the idea of academic freedom and the autonomy of universities. And so one question is, what should the role of government be in relation to universities when if it wishes to memorialize or to encourage debate or to perhaps push a particular line? For example, the law that we heard passed in France that every school child should have in their curriculum knowledge of the history of slavery is certainly an example of leading from the top and imposing from the top. I think that the universities in our environment would be very reluctant to be told what they have to teach, and to have a central government determine a curriculum. Now, I know that the law probably applies to the schools, not to universities. I don't know if it does apply to the universities in France. But in trying to answer your question more directly, I think that with respect to universities, the question of authority, top-down, the autonomy of universities, and the issues of academic freedom raise other issues which for me are very precious, core to the values of these institutions. And so I would not want to see that kind of central authority exercised. And in fact, I think it trickles down within the institution too. And part of the challenge for all of us as university leaders is that you can't it's not easy to lead from the top in the way you might in a corporate environment or in a political environment, to say we will transform the curricula in this way, or we will decolonize in that way, or we will reflect our relationship with slavery in the other, because academics themselves value and treasure the autonomy to teach what they want to teach and who they want to teach and how they want to do that. And so I think that the role of university leadership has to be much more one of mobilizing and persuasion and cajoling and building a consensus, building a movement. Certainly, if we look at how, in our own case, the debates around the Rhodes Statue and other examples that I gave, some have not been successful because we haven't been able to build sufficient support. Some quickly caught on, and many have many of the successes have become successes because they started as grassroots activities which gathered support, found a sympathetic ear, I think, in authority in most cases, but could not have been successful if it wasn't a dialectical process.
I think I have a slightly different approach to this issue. In our university's charter, there is reference to the institution being expected to be not only excellent, but also ethical. And within this discourse of being excellent and ethical, and we have focused, generally speaking, as university administrators on the discourse about being excellent and all of the quality assurance systems we put in place, and we invest significant resources in the trajectory towards excellence. But we tend to get a bit soft, I think, around how we interpret the ethical part. Now, I believe that in respect of slavery, and colonization, apartheid, and all of these other crimes against humanity, we have exercised a very low level of expectation. And it has always been strange to me why, in respect of many of the crimes of the 20th century, for example, we showed a level of rage, and we don't show the corresponding rage in relation to slavery. I do not believe that any president or provost in this country would accept a monument of a Nazi general on their campus. I believe that if you examine the iconographic history of this country in the first phase of nation building, all of the monuments of King George and the British generals were taken down. The Duke of Portland, the Duke of Marlborough, all of these British warmongers, all these generals were taken down from the public spaces, taken down from the public squares and from the campuses, because the nation was emerging and it was intolerant of British imperial symbols. Even the game I love, cricket, was removed from this country because Abraham Lincoln said, I have no doubt cricket is a greater game than baseball, but at last it will not serve our purposes. It is a British colonial product, it must go. Okay, so all of that took place in the first stage of nation building. Now we come to this stage and all the monuments of the slave owners are there. Why is there this tolerance? Why did we Why are we tolerating slave owners on our campuses and we don't tolerate British imperial generals on our campuses? Why do we take down King George and we cannot take down Jefferson? Why is that so? If we confront that fact and we say, okay, this is the second phase of American nation building, let us now look at how we deal with our environment. Those who say take down the monuments are not doing something for the first time. This is the second phase of monuments discussion. And the first phase was very effective. I think that sometimes we hide behind our prejudices and we find very skillful academic reasons to say we must not act. We must not act, we cannot act because academic freedom, blah, 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 and so on, which I respect. But the threshold is always oftentimes too low on the questions of the black history. We set a low threshold. I would not be a part of a conversation that would defend those persons who committed atrocities against the Jewish people. I would not have those monuments on my campus. I don't think my students would. Those persons who committed crimes against the African peoples by enslaving them, that is the same threshold, the same level of threshold we hold for those who committed war crimes against the Jewish people. We hold that same threshold against those who committed crimes against the African peoples. And we keep a common standard. So I do not accept this notion that people like Cecil Rhodes, who was really, in fact, effectively a genocidal maniac, really. People like Cecil Rhodes can be defended by any principal or provost that we have Cecil Rhodes on our campuses because our intellectual freedom says let him stay. I'm sure that if you apply the same threshold that you have applied to the Holocaust against the Jewish people, to the African people, you would have a different conclusion. And I say one final point on this. When the Nuremberg trials were about to commence and the judges were having tremendous difficulty in litigating this crime against the Jewish people, there was no precedent in law for these crimes. There was no jurisprudence they could use. There were no body of legal thought to guide them through this. And they were becoming a bit disillusioned. And one of them actually said, in the midst of their despair of not knowing how to proceed, we are walking into the desert, and somewhere out there is water. Let us go and find it. And with that metaphor, they moved through those trials and brought those persons to justice. Now, I believe that all of us who are leaders of university institutions, we are walking into the desert. And somewhere in that desert, there is an oasis we need to find. And I think we should brace ourselves, prepare ourselves, and walk into the desert. Thank you.
Let me move to the next question. Okay.
No, it's very important because I'm quite sorry, but yes. It's about the question of the government who says what to teach. It's not the point. I mean, what I said, what I explained about this law that compels the government to organize teaching of this history. It's not teach what the government thinks. It's putting it the agenda. And the teachers make their job. And in the same article, the government is compelled to finance research and cooperation in order to know exactly, to know this history, all these aspects of this history. So it's not a government that decides what people must know, but to stop not knowing anything about it, to stop that. Because it's very important for people to know, children and teenagers and people to know what is this history, because this history is the key to understand the present world. The present world. I mean, I'm not a Martiniquez, but I'm not sure there is Martiniquez in there. But let me tell you, for we can wonder why. It seems to me that the chief of state in your country is still the Reine d'Angleterre, the Queen of Great Britain. And your countries and all the Caribbean countries belong to Commonwealth. Yes. That's at the 20th and 21st century, that's the trust, how do you say trust? Trust? Yes, trust of this history. And I don't think that stigmatizing a whole people is a way to escape of the traces of this history. So there are kind of links different between ex-metropole and ex-colonies, and that's the way it is. It's a question of collective destiny. It's not a question of judgment. When I say it's very important for the government to be involved in this history, in teaching the history, not the content, but the teaching and searching and knowing more and more. It's because it's at the level of a state you may have the means to know exactly what it was. It was violence. Sure, it was violence. It was quite awful, horrific. But it was resistance. It was resilience. It was creativity. It was music. It was art. It was literature. It was singing. Joy and happiness and fighting and crying and laughing. It was all that. And we have to know it. We have to understand all that. We have to know all these people bring to the whole humanity, you know? Languages, new religions, new arts, and new music, jazz, blues, ragtime, soul, salsa, calypso, everything. We have to know that to understand what we bring. That's why we are invincible. But we have to know that. We have to share it. We have to give it to our children. So I can't do it myself. An association can't do it itself. We need the public means to know all this, to know how rich and how strong we are.
Okay.
I don't think we could have ended on a better place than this one. I want to thank the three panelists for being with us today. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask another question also.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. You can take your seats. Thank you for that fantastic panel. All three of you, all four of you. My name is Dan Carpenter, and I teach in the government department here at Harvard, and I direct the social sciences academic ventures faculty director at Radcliffe. And I want to offer, before giving some thanks, two reflections on today, one personal and one professional. I learned so much today. This isn't my field of study, primary. But what I learned about actually my own past and listening to stories about Georgetown and other places was a way of putting together parts of a larger story. I grew up in a small town, very small town of about 800 people in northern Michigan, entirely white. I then went to college at Georgetown in Washington, D.C. I then went to graduate school at the University of Chicago, the south side of Chicago. And then my three academic jobs have been at Princeton, which we heard a lot about yesterday, University of Michigan, and now, of course, Harvard. I learned today that every place along the way of my own academic journey was spent at an institution that supported me, housed me, educated me, credentialed me, and that owed its existence or its endowment or its buildings to slavery, and or which sat amidst but comfortably isolated from structures of racial oppression right in its neighborhood. Now, I had limited partial awareness of these stories before today. I knew some about Georgetown's history when I was there as a student. I knew a bit about Chicago's environment and what Ta-Nehisi Coates referred to as Rob Sampson's important research on racial segregation in Chicago. I knew something, many thanks to Sven Beckert, about the history of Harvard. But today gave me the opportunity to weave these threads together into a fabric which, like a wampum belt or maybe even a kente cloth, I could read. And what a sobering reading that is, to know that my entire educational career has been spent at a lineage of institutions supported, funded, subsidized, structured by slavery themselves. And that is one that I'm going to continue to read in the months and years and weeks to come, just as a person, as a student, as a scholar. And I hope that today's conference has given others the ability to read anew our past, individual and collective, our president and our universities and what they ought to do with their futures. I hope, as a professional remark, and second, that we can move, as Ta-Nehisi Coates said we should, to forms of reparation, and that we universities think more thoroughly and elaborately and specifically about what to do next. Let me say, as a political scientist, that I don't think that conversation about slavery in the university, either interrogating its past or discussing its future repair, can advance without consideration of the state. And here I'm so thankful that Madame Taubira just stole my point 10 minutes ago and said it far better than I'm about to convey it to you now. The state, by which I mean our government, our political, judicial, and administrative institutions, our laws. As the histories inform us, slavery prevailed and profited, in part because laws defined bodies of color as property, and the state enforced those laws and legitimated those bodies rendered as assets, expanding the geographies of slavery with armed force and with treaties and other strategies of Native American dispossession, structuring the contracts by which slaves were sold, including the Georgetown sale of 1838, and were executed and made enforceable. Enslavement was government, I think, maybe. Beyond the history, it seems difficult to think about repair, given the enormous weight of slavery and its legacies that Mr. Coates talked about in today's keynote, without considering the role of powers that can possibly bear some of that weight. Not just the resources, but the authority of our governments and their ability, like that of universities, to host and structure free dialogue must be brought to any repair effort. Now, exactly how that enlistment of the state occurs, of course, is something probably for another conference altogether, and I invite those far better equipped and more knowledgeable than I am to advance that discussion. I now want to turn to acknowledge the many people who made today happen. The Office of the President and Provost at Harvard made the decision to hold this conference, and they funded it and supported it. I want to thank President Drew Gilpin Faust and Provost Alan Garber for putting their enthusiasm and their commitment into this event. Thanks to both of you for your leadership. It's not a coincidence, I think, that this happened, this event, this committee, this searching examination of Harvard's history happened under the university presidency of an historian. And I know, and we all know, that President Faust has expressed a great concern and an interest in issues of racial justice for her entire life, going back to her childhood. So again, Drew, thank you. Dean Liz Cohen graciously and energetically took up the call from President Faust and Provost Garber and brought her training and perspective as herself a renowned historian of the United States to the event. And let me just say it is a privilege and an honor to work with her. Sven Beckert and Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, thank you so much for your hard work. You have changed the conversation at Harvard and the way that we think about ourselves, and it's an honor to have collaborated with you. Thanks for bringing a political scientist along for the ride. I greatly appreciate it. Radcliffe Institute, if I may say, having spent a number of years here, both as fellow, is really a wonder to behold, especially in its ability to host conferences. All of the speeches and conversations you saw today, and many of the things that you didn't and that I didn't, happened because this institute marshals such intense and passionate commitment from many people, from those who plan, those who cater, those who broadcast, those who wire the event, who clean up. These people are ably led by Rebecca Wasserman and her staff at Radcliffe Institute Academic Ventures, by Nisha Mongia and Chandra Manning in the Office of the Dean. Thank you also, Chandra, who served on the committee, by Jessica Vickland and her crew in events. And thanks to the many speakers and moderators who gave their time and talent to our event today. Finally, thanks to those of you who listened and entered into today's dialogue, who took the time to join us. The conversation we know will continue. Thank you.
It's been an incredible day. I think we've all been left with a lot to think about, and I hope conversations will only now begin, not end. But I think it's time to relax, to have some food and drink, and you've earned a reception. So please join us next door for one. Thanks again for coming, and I hope we'll see you again soon at the Institute.